to the entire Steinbrenner family. This is a sad day, not only for Yankee fans, but for our entire city, as few people have had a bigger impact on New York over the past 4 decades than George Steinbrenner. We will be lowering the flags in City Hall Plaza today in honor of his achievements. George was a larger-than-life New York figure whose passion and drive to succeed will forever be missed. You do wonder how the Yankees are going to honor George Steinbrenner. Saturday is usually a celebration of the Yankee legacy. Saturday at Yankee Stadium, the Yankees will be playing the Tampa Bay Rays at 4 o'clock. But at 2 o'clock, it's one of the most important days as the Yankees really continue to honor their legacy, and that's Old Timers Day. And with the passing of the legendary Bob Shepard and now George Steinbrenner, that's going to lend a different tone to that entire afternoon.
It absolutely will, Michael. And I mean, I can't guess what exactly they will do, but you have to figure before Mr. Steinbrenner and Mr. Shepard, black armband, maybe initials, something like that. I've reached out and made a call or two, but we've been on the air here. I even wondered about tonight for the Yankees who are playing in the All-Star game. Have their uniforms been affixed with some sort of black armband for the 2 passings of 2 iconic figures in Yankee history? I mean, it's just unbelievable in a matter of days who they lost.
Well, the Yankees, there will be several Yankees participating in the All-Star game, and the manager of the Yankees, Joe Girardi, will be managing the American League team because his team won the World Series, and that was important to George Steinbrenner, the 7th World Championship under his ownership reign. In Anaheim, the site of the All-Star game, our very own Bob Lorenz. And Bob, what is the feeling there at the All-Star game? Obviously, this is a huge topic of conversation.
Michael, it is. I just got here, but immediately you're hit with the shock that a lot of people are feeling, the surprise that they're feeling about the passing of George Steinbrenner. I had a chance to talk to pitching coach Dave Island. He was walking by. The players are just filtering in now. The clubhouse is just opened. But Dave Island told me that you quickly learn the Yankee way. If you remember, he was drafted back in 1987. He came up through the organization, and he said, you immediately get it if you didn't know it already. The fact that George Steinbrenner provides you with better uniforms, better fields, better everything. And as Dave said, he does to this day, and then it's your chance, your time to go out and do your job. He demanded that you give your best just as he gave his best. And I thought that sort of summed up early on, at least here from Anaheim, what I think a lot of people feel. And I'm certainly, Michael, sure that's what we'll hear from the players as well when they step up to the podium.
Bob, what is the plan there for the Yankees, Yankee players to make their statements about George Steinbrenner? Will they be having a press conference?
Yeah, they're having a press conference. It's scheduled to start in just a couple minutes. I believe it's going to be Andy Pettitte, Jorge Posada. I believe Joe Girardi might be involved. And then separately from that, I believe scheduled to go at about 4:30 Eastern time, Derek Jeter will address the media as well. As everybody knows, the connection between Jeter and George Steinbrenner is immeasurable.
Bob, I know you said you just arrived and you had the chance to speak to Dave Island, but even as you were walking in the stadium and if you saw any members of the media or anything like that, is this as big a story as we would imagine out there as it is right now in New York? Is this the buzz?
Yeah, it is. I had a chance to talk to a couple guys that we're familiar with from Hot Stove, Mark Feinsand, Kevin Kernan from the Post, Feinsand from the Daily News, and Tyler Kepner from the New York Times. And for them, it was sort of like it was for us, mobilizing, getting the stories out there, listening for what people are saying. But I can tell you this, I think first reaction says everything to me. When I was pulling into the ballpark today, I mentioned who I was just to be able to get in and figure out where I needed to go to get my credential. And the gentleman that let us in said, Yankees, world-class, first-class organization. He obviously worked for the Anaheim Angels. He's wearing their clothes. But I think that said everything about the way people feel about the organization. It's the best, and it maybe pushes and challenges others to be the best.
You know, what's interesting, Bob, is that the host of this All-Star game happened to be Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and their owner is Artie Moreno, who happens to be a big fan of George Steinbrenner, the way the Yankees do their business. So a lot of what you see there at Angel Stadium, the way it's presented, the way they are presented, it comes from what the Yankees have done. And I think that Artie Moreno used what George Steinbrenner did with the Yankees as a blueprint for what he's done with his franchise.
I think that's a great comparison. Now, the payroll might not be the same, but Artie Moreno looked at it this way, the same way George Steinbrenner always did. You have to spend money to make money. Put the money back into the product. Make some changes. It will make people come to the ballpark. Last week, when I was in Seattle for the Mariners series against the Yankees, and I was talking to Alex Rodriguez, he mentioned coming to Anaheim, and he brought up Artie Moreno. We know that they wanted to court him at one point, had he, become the free agent that everybody thought he would be, and but the Yankees obviously stuck with Alex Rodriguez, and he with them. But Alex told me, he goes, Artie Moreno, first-class organization, the way they do things, and I think that probably in itself echoes what the Moreno, as you, Michael, said, feels and the way he thinks that that's the way you have to do business.
And obviously, Steinbrenner also had an affinity for Gene Autry, the previous owner of the Angels. But, Bob, I wanted to ask you about Dave Island was probably wearing his pregame All-Star uniform, so we didn't see any Yankee uniform. We don't know if the Yankees are going to have any sort of black armband or anything on their uniforms tonight for Mr. Steinbrenner and Mr. Shepard. Maybe we don't have word on that yet?
No word on that yet. I did run into Jason Zillo. It was a hello, we're ready to go here. We'll get back with you in just a little bit for some information. Obviously, he's probably busy right now organizing his players to go to that media press conference that will start here in just a couple of minutes. So I think that was, I will talk to him later, and I'll talk to some other folks from the Yankees here, as well as the stadium officials to find out exactly how they're going to honor George Steinbrenner in terms of the All-Star game. And then I'll talk to Jason and some other Yankees folks and find out, see if I can find out.
Was it for you, as a player who was earning a lot of money, trying as hard as you can, to know that in spite of your efforts, wasn't going to be good enough?
You know, Carl, it was tough. It was tough. Years later, I told him, why didn't you spend the money to get the other players, not just me? You know, so we kidded about it, but it was frustrating. But you know, when you join an organization, you're never guaranteed winning. What we'll see, we'll talk to Derek Jeter, who's won almost immediately and consistently. That is an aberration. Doesn't happen in sports, and he knows it.
All right, Bobby, you had a chance, obviously, to manage in the same city, and so much is made about the shadow that George cast over not only the Yankees.
And as he said, I think that story he told about the parking lot attendant, of all the things Bob told us, that stands out for me, because it just sort of gives you an idea when someone of Steinbrenner's magnitude passes on and all the people he had touched along the way, it just shows you how it hits people.
It is amazing the body of work that George Steinbrenner has put together. And again, just to recap, in 1973, he bought the team from CBS, and it had fallen into disrepair because with CBS, the Yankees were not the most important thing. CBS was a broadcast company, and that was just part of their portfolio, buying the New York Yankees, and they never really had success with them. And then William Paley, the legendary owner of CBS, decided to sell the team. There are a lot of people that were looking to buy it. George Steinbrenner put together a consortium of people to meet with Mr. Paley, and they decided to sell to George Steinbrenner. But how different would history be? Because only a year before, George Steinbrenner put in a bid to buy the Cleveland Indians. Would George Steinbrenner have been George Steinbrenner? Would he have been able to do those things and spend the money that he spent and generate the revenue by owning the Indians? Or was it just in the stars that one day it would have to work with the Yankees?
That is a phenomenal question, Michael. I wish I could give you a great answer. But as you were telling that story, I knew where you were going. Steinbrenner felt so poorly when he was unable to complete the sale for the Cleveland Indians. And then by happenstance, he found out that the Yankees might be for sale, and he jumped on it, and he wouldn't lose that second opportunity. But the Indians were his hometown team. He was a kid who grew up in Ohio, so I'm sure he would have had the same drive. He would have tried to spend the same money. Would it have worked? At the time, let's remember where the Indians were playing. They were playing in a pit of a football stadium. It was a very difficult place to get baseball fans to come to. I'm not really sure how it would have worked out.
All right, let's go right to Anaheim right now. Check out who's at the podium in Anaheim.
Raise your hand. Who's got the first question? Ken Davidoff.
Yeah, just all three of you, if you could offer your thoughts at this time on the news of Mr. Steinbrenner's passing.
It's a difficult time. On a great day for baseball, the All-Star Game, something everyone looks to. A great man of baseball passed. He's meant so much to not only this organization, but to the game of baseball and to all of us personally. And to me, one of the things that is not talked enough about Mr. Steinbrenner is how giving of a man he is, and a man that really cared about people and tried to change people's lives, whether it was a first chance, a second chance, or a third chance. And that's who he really was.
Other questions? Tyler Kepner.
Kenny, did you want everybody to answer that? Yeah.
Andy or Alex?
You know, just like Joe said, you think about obviously what he's done for the game of baseball, but obviously when
with the loss, you think about what he's done for you personally, and he just was great to me. He was always great to me my whole career, during the good times and the bad times. His family's been great to me, and I had a great relationship with him. He was always good to be around. He was tough, but he was always fair, and he was great to be around. And to be able to come back after I left, and I know that he had brought me back here, and it was a big part of me coming back. And just like Joe says, it's a sad day for us, that's for sure.
Alex?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was it's always a dream, and to have an opportunity to play for an owner like George Steinbrenner. I mean, unlike Andy, I came up in another organization, and the opportunity to play for the boss and the family was something that was second to none. And he's a man that has more passion than anyone, and really passionate about his game. And for many years, spent the most money to try to bring the best players in the world to play for his organization. And the one thing I can share with you is in 2004, he wrote me a handwritten note, and it was hand-delivered by a clubhouse kid. And at that point, I got a little nervous, and it said from GMS. And, he said this, and that. I still have this note, but in the end, he basically said, "I'm counting on you," with capital letters, and exclamation point. And to this day, I hold this dear, and I think we're still playing for him, not to let him down.
Tyler Kepner?
Yeah, I think Alex touched on it, and I know Andy and Joe. George was, I think, one of the kind of guys who would test you and would challenge you a little bit. Could you talk a little bit about how you overcame that challenge, or met that challenge, and ultimately had the strong relationship that you all had with him?
Yeah, I mean, he would, and he was tough, like I said, but he was an encourager. For me, just getting a little personal, like Al was saying. I mean, George used to hand me Bible verses before some of my playoff starts and stuff like that, and that was just he was tough, but he was always there to support you also. And again, I don't think enough is said about the support that he would give you, but it was tough support. So I think sometimes the tough support doesn't get quite the limelight, but he expected a lot, he demanded a lot, he raised, I believe, the level of not only the Yankees organization and what they want to do as far as winning championships, but I feel like he's raised the bar around baseball for other teams to try to keep up and to compete with what he was trying to put on the field every year.
His toughness came out to me in expectations, and I think the expectations that he had carried over into the clubhouse, and we had the same expectations as he did, which I think is the sign of his influence on all of us. But through that, I mean, he would needle me about Northwestern football. He would needle me all the time about who they were playing, and had a way of making some light moments during some tough times or when around playoff times, and I enjoyed it. I never really felt that his expectations were overbearing. I felt he just wanted what all of us wanted, to win, and he was a pleasure to play for, and he's been a pleasure to work for.
Kevin Kernan?
Yeah, for any of you guys, what did winning really mean to him? If any stories that after you won something big that he came to you or anything like that?
I think winning the World Series meant a lot to him, but the next day he was back at work. He was like, okay, how are we going to win next year? So I really believe that he enjoyed it, but he stayed the course all the time. We experienced that in 1996. We won in 1996, and we were told that he was already planning for 1997 when they were planning the parade. How are we going to win this year? I think he truly loved it and probably felt that it was a huge accomplishment, but he never rested in it.
We'll do Andrew, then Enrique.
Guys, for each of you, what was your first encounter with him like?
Well, you know, for me, it was a long, long time ago. I believe it was in 1991. You know, I ran into him all the time down in the Gulf Coast League. You know, he would come down there, and I was, I think, a 19-year-old kid at that time, and just it was obviously just looking at him like that's the boss walking by, you know, and seeing him down in spring training in Florida when we were down there. But you know, 95 obviously was the first encounter of, you know, in spring training, and then being able to make the club, and you know, again, him supporting us down the stretch during that season, trying to make the playoffs. You know, he was very much, you know, on hands and in the clubhouse and around at that time an awful lot. So, you know, the encounters back then for me was just yes sir, you know, and then you get to know him, and then he, you know, the discussions become a little bit deeper. So it was, you know, coming up in the organization, you know, he was a boss, and he was going to trade you if you were a young player and this and that, you know, so you're kind of almost scared, you know, coming up as a young player in the organization. But once, you know, you got up, he was, again, like I've said before, he was great to play for.
For mine, it was really early in spring training, and Mr. Steinbrenner always had the perception of being an extremely tough man with huge expectations. And we were actually walking our little white Bichon on the grass, the beautifully manicured grass in spring training. And I thought, oh boy, and he's going to let my wife and I have it. But I mean, he sat and talked to us, asked about the dog, and it was a totally different expectation than what I had. And that was probably the first time I realized that, you know, he wasn't everything that he was painted to be. There was a gentle side to this man, but I got to tell you, you know, one of his athletes walking a little white dog, I was expecting something totally different.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was 2004 when I came in. He just basically congratulated me for coming in to the New York Yankee organization. And within the first 2 minutes, he said the word, "We have to win a world championship," about 3 or 4 times. So really quickly, I got a good idea of what his, you know, front and center thoughts were from day one.
Enrique, then Tim.
Alex, please, for the Spanish media, por favor, dinos alguna reacción en español.
Bueno, de verdad que es un día triste para nosotros y para las grandes ligas enteras. Es un día triste para nosotros y para las grandes ligas enteras. Un hombre que
He got NFL Sunday ticket, so now he can watch their games every Sunday.
Alex, as much as Mr. Steinbrenner cared about winning, how important was it for you guys to win a World Series last year and send him off with one more?
You know, that was extremely important. You know, obviously, I don't think we were thinking, you know, that this would be, you know, the year, or a year that he wouldn't be seeing us be able to finish this year off, you know. But just to be able to win that championship, the first year of the stadium, obviously that stadium's there because of him. You know, it was a thrill for us. I think all of us were kind of looking to, like, you know, let's do this for Mr. Steinbrenner, let's do this for the fans, you know, is what was driving us. And then obviously, you know, for ourselves, we wanted another championship also. But, you know, and Joe's mentioned it, and so is Alex. He puts together these teams for us, and we are also fortunate and blessed to be able to play in this organization. He gives us a chance to win every year, and he gives us the best chance to win every year. And as an athlete, you appreciate that. And so to be able to win last year was I know extremely special to all of us.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about our stadium and how beautiful it is and how big, and how fortunate we are to go to work there every day. I mean, I know I talk with Andy and even Skip and a lot of my teammates is we have the most beautiful place in the world to play every day, and it has its mark all over it. And for me, when you hear guys that have been in the organization like Andy and Jeet and Mo and Joe and guys that have been here a lot longer than I have, when you hear how endearing their stories are about, the boss back in the day when they came up and all these great stories, that's to me what I'm going to take away from is all that he did for his community, but also what he did for our guys when they were struggling, and then when he will come pat you in the back and all that. So his legacy will live forever, and I think that stadium is just one big sign of how great this man was.
Mark Feinsand.
Joe, for the 35 years that George owned the team before you became manager, his history with managers was well documented.
Yeah.
Did you ever think about what it would be like to manage for him back in his heyday, and sort of versus what your experience has been?
Yeah, I thought about it today as there was so much on television and talking about it. There were 20 managers in the first 23 years. And to think that I've been here 3 years already, I consider myself really lucky. It must have been interesting. And there were probably a lot of wonderful moments, but there were probably some tough moments for some managers where there were challenges. But I consider myself extremely fortunate. Obviously, all those managers paved the way for the rest of us, but it must have been extremely interesting. And just what I saw today, how he was able to make light of situations on TV when he fired Billy before he hired him. He was talking about he enjoyed it. He loved what he did, and he could make light of himself.
Thank you guys very much. Derek Jeter's on his way in.
Well, that was the press conference at Anaheim Stadium, or Angel Stadium, where tonight the All-Star game is going to be played. Now, moments ago on the field at Angel Stadium, our very own Bob Lorenz caught up with the Yankee captain, Derek Jeter.
Derek, can you tell me what your thoughts were when you heard the news about the passing of George Steinbrenner?
I was in shock. It's unfortunate. It's terrible news to wake up to. Everyone knows what the boss has meant to our organization, but more importantly to the game of baseball, and he will be deeply missed.
People talk about that drive to win, that will to win that he had. What did it mean to you?
It's what I grew up with. That's what I've learned. I've known the boss since I've been 18 years old, and we've had a great relationship throughout the years. And he wanted to win as much as anyone, and it rubbed off on the players.
If you had to describe that relationship, because it's different than some other players have had, how would you describe it?
Well, there's always a respect there because he's the owner of the team, and I work for him. But I looked at us as being more friends. I'd go visit him often in the off season because he lives down in Tampa where I live, and we'd have bets every year on Ohio State, Michigan football games, and great relationship, and I'm definitely going to miss him.
Take you back to April 13th, opening day at Yankee Stadium this season. You and Joe Girardi went up to his box, presented him his championship ring. What was it at that moment like?
It was fun. That's what I definitely will take from opening day, is to get an opportunity to go up there and the privilege to present him with his ring. It was emotional, and everyone knows that we wouldn't have been in that new stadium if it wasn't for the boss, and we just wanted to show our gratitude and go up there and give him his ring.
It's tough when moments like this happen, Derek, because on one hand there's a profound sadness. On the other hand, given the way that a person like George Steinbrenner was larger than life, you can also celebrate a life and the things that person accomplished. How do you put that into perspective in terms of Mr. Steinbrenner?
Well, yeah, that's a good way to put it, because to be quite honest with you, I didn't know if I really wanted to do the whole parade thing today. And but like you said, people thought it'd be a better idea to celebrate his life, and I'm sure he would want us to go out there and try to win.
Do you have any idea at this point how you might honor him, something on your uniform or shoes, that sort of thing?
Yeah, we have a band on our uniform. I'm sure we'll wear it for quite some time, and he's how can you ever honor him enough? I think the way he'd want us to do it is go out and try to win another championship.
Do you have any personal stories that you can share? Maybe something lighthearted. I know people go back all the way back to the commercial that you guys did together for Visa, things like that. People remember good times like that between you and Mr. Steinbrenner.
I got a lot of stories, a lot of stories. I don't know if I can tell them on TV, but Yeah, that's probably the one thing that stands out the most. I think that's the one. You know, a lot of stories are personal, but I think that's the one that people are well aware of. You know, I got a chance to see the boss dance, and I don't know too many people have been able to see that live and in person.
Now, for the Yankees, again, I don't know how you put something like this in perspective in terms of motivation, but he was always driven to win. You've always been driven to win. Does it change your second half in terms of maybe what you will want to accomplish or how you want to play?
I don't think so. You know, we always want to go out there. We want to win, and you know, it's the Steinbrenner family wants to win, and that Steinbrenner family, you definitely still feel their presence. So that doesn't change. They're committed to our organization. They're committed to winning. So yeah, I think we're just going to go out there and continue to try to do the things we've been doing.
I'll just one final question, or maybe just a statement from you on your thoughts as this day progresses, and you know, the lasting memory perhaps you'll have of him.
Well, it's just you know, like I said, we were friends, and you know, I know he's known as the boss. He has a big heart. You don't hear enough of those stories because everyone views him as being this vocal owner. But you know, he gave back a lot to the community, whether it was in New York or in Tampa or anywhere around the world.
Well, thank you, Bob.
Dance with me. You always.
But I think that he had a very warm spot in his heart for Derek Jeter.
You could definitely see it. Jeter's feeling the effects of what he learned today. And Michael, he said he wasn't sure he wanted to do the parade thing. Excuse me. He's talking about the All-Star parade. And normally for an All-Star, that's a great experience. They enter into the stadium, usually in some kind of cars, and the fans are lined up. It's just a way to celebrate the day. And I understand what Jeter was talking about.
The day I'll definitely remember. I was in Cincinnati. And you know, it's a memory I always cherish, because not only because I thought I was getting in trouble, but I realized what that title meant to him and to this Yankee organization.
Any other questions for Derek? The center here.
You know, everyone coming up had knew of his reputation as the boss. Is there? Can you recall the sort of the one incident when he sort of first touched you with something he did that came from the heart, either to you or to someone else?
Well, it goes back to the first time I ever met him. You know, down in the Gulf Coast League, I had just signed, and you know, he's this figure that's larger than life. And yeah, I was a Yankee fan, so I was well aware of him and his reputation, and you know, he came up to me and talked to me by name. You know, I was more shocked that he knew who I was, but I guess because he gave me some of his money that he had to know who I was. But right from that first day, he said, "We expect big things from you," and you know, I always remember that, because you know, first impressions you never forget, and you know, he expects a lot.
Take a couple last questions. To your left, Derek, Tyler Kepner.
Derek, that was your first impression. What was your last impression? What was your final time that you saw George?
Final time I saw him was opening day. You know, I'm actually going back home to Tampa after the game tonight, so I was actually planning on trying to see him when I was down there these next couple days. So it's unfortunate that you know, it happened today. But the last time was when we got a chance to present him with the championship ring on opening day, and it was a great experience. It was fun. You know, I got a chance to tease him because he had Ohio State ring on. I told him to take it off now and replace it with the Yankee ring. But you know, those are the memories that you remember. Those intimate moments. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a lot of people. We had a lot of one-on-one moments. And you know, that was the last time I saw him.
One last question for Derek. All right, thanks very much, Derek.
The Yankee captain, Derek Jeter, as we continue here on All-Star Day in Anaheim, the day that George Steinbrenner, the Yankees' principal owner, passes away at the age of 80. And the flags here in Anaheim, as they will be throughout probably the state of New York, certainly the city of New York, and at Yankee Stadium, flying at half-staff. So we got a chance to hear from Alex Rodriguez, Joe Girardi, Andy Pettitte, and now Derek Jeter. I'm joined here by John Kruk, Bobby Valentine, and the former Yankee, Dave Winfield. Anything that you heard, Bobby, from any one of the players or manager kind of stand out, resonate with you?
Well, they really want people to understand there was a compassionate and passionate side of George Steinbrenner, that he gave of himself, gave of his heart, gave his money. And
the Yankees didn't win the World Series that year and were knocked out the way they were that time. I think there's a good chance that Joe Girardi might not have made it.
Dick Hauser won 103 games. They lost in the playoffs, and he didn't come back the next year. Now, Andy Pettitte was actually on there as well, and Andy Pettitte talked about how George used to hand him Bible verses and things like that. They had a pretty good relationship, and George was there when all the HGH stuff came out as well. Said, you don't owe us an organization at all. You don't owe the organization any kind of apology.
And you heard Andy say they've been behind me in good times and in bad. It was interesting that he talked about that. I also thought it was interesting that he said George Steinbrenner used to be at his Gulf Coast League games. Could you imagine being a young kid and here comes George Steinbrenner to watch your Class A game?
You better win.
Exactly.
You better win. And that was one thing that George Steinbrenner always wanted to do. George Steinbrenner, remembered, will be at 6 o'clock. George Steinbrenner Yankeeography coming up in just a moment right here on the Yes Network. I think George Steinbrenner feels good wherever he is. That Sunday they won, and the Yankees now have the best record in baseball and the defending World Series champions. Stay right here on Yes.
Difference between him and the rest of the owners in baseball.
You buy that? The window is just longer, and once a system starts to replenish itself, it's hard to, with an owner like that, lose that system?
I think the owner also handpicked some of these guys. And as I said, he needed someone to walk the Yankee walk and talk the Yankee talk. After Don Mattingly left, somehow he got Derek Jeter. I think it was a match made in heaven.
A lot of times it takes stubborn people many lessons before they finally get it right. You were there during the time where perhaps he was struggling to learn some of these lessons, and then, as Bobby said, figured out, well, maybe I'd benefit if I listen to my baseball people. His development over the years. Can you speak to that, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Ravi. I mean, he had his principles and what he would try to bring to his ball club, but it wasn't working originally. Many of the people that worked for him were frightened, they were intimidated, and most people would question, is that a good way to run an operation? He did that for many, many years. He had not quite put all the people in place. Once he was banned from the game and he came back, people say perhaps that was a time where you saw the compassionate side, where you saw a side where he would delegate to his people and allow them to do their business. And that's when they began to flourish.
Hard thing to do, Bob, to sort of trust others when this is your baby and this is your investment. And consider his initial investment. They bought the Yankees for, I believe it was almost $8.8 million. CBS sold it at a loss, and his original investment was $168,000. That was his original investment, and yet it became his baby. He didn't want to let anyone else kind of dictate how things were done.
He was committed to making the team better. He was passionately committed to doing everything that he can do personally to make it better. And I don't think you can gripe about that. I think you have to tip your hat to someone who gives their all, whether it's doing it exactly the right way or partially the right way. He was a special guy.
And you look at the majority of the owners in baseball who stay behind the scenes.
Right.
George Steinbrenner, from the day he bought the Yankees, put himself out in front. I'm going to be the face of this organization. People are going to know who I am. He put the pressure on himself. That's why he spent the money to put champions on the field, because let me tell you this, if George Steinbrenner passed away today without a world championship, what do we say about it?
It would be a different discussion. No question about it.
And if I could put a footnote on it, I say when it's all said and done, no matter how he approached it, no matter how many people crumbled in his presence or fell in his wake, when it's all over, all the championships the Yankees have won and the reestablishment of the organization as a powerhouse in professional sports, years from now, he'll be in the Hall of Fame.
And you can see some of the American League players starting to file out onto the field behind us. Derek Jeter, of course, the Yankee captain, is one of them. And Robinson Cano, the Yankee second baseman, is also out here. It's amazing that a guy who has kind of cast a shadow over the sport on this day where you celebrate the greatest stars, his presence is being felt in ways nobody would have imagined when we all went to bed last night.
Well, the reason why is, Carl, because even though you're not a Yankee player, you better thank George Steinbrenner for the money you're making and the salaries that are being paid, because if it wasn't for him, a lot of these players wouldn't be getting the money they're paid because none of the owners would have upped the ante unless George did. And once George started, the other owners said, you know what, if we're going to compete, we got to start paying our guys and not putting the money in our pocket, but putting it in the pocket of the players.
And you're aware of how organizations get built and when you find the right combination. And I know a lot of people will look back on the Gene Michael era, and that, of course, was when Buck Showalter was managing, and he took this team to 95, right to the brink, and then he leaves, Torrey comes into 96. But one of the things I've been told today from people is that Gene Michael, who was the general manager for a long time, remains a consultant, was one of those who didn't always say yes. And it was a stubborn battle between the two of them, but finally got George to kind of buy into some of his ideas, which has led to these recent run of success, that you can't have just yes men around. I think a lot of times in the early years, that's what he had.
I think he had that because of the fear that Winnie was talking about, that everyone had to say yes because they were fearful of what might happen. But what he did also with Gene Michaels was he gave Gene a group of baseball people. Remember, Clyde King was there all the time, and Stump wasn't dismantled. He had baseball people that he might have fired, taken out of the major league spotlight, but he kept them in the back room so that Gene could get advice and have a war room. So he went to George. It wasn't going individually. It was a collective thought that he was bringing. It was a collective baseball thought.
Right, and you wonder, as you see Derek Jeter out there with the rest of the American League All-Stars, and this is his 12th All-Star game, you know, how the Yankee team and feeling that a player has going to spring training, in spite of the fact that he wasn't seen publicly, he was seen privately by these players, and certainly it was less so than before, but it is going to be different without George Steinbrenner being alive.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just like anyone else in the organization when you lose a beloved figure and a figure like George Steinbrenner, who's out in the public pretty much all the time, except for the last few years. Yeah, these players are going to miss him. And, you know, it's going to be a different feeling walking into the new Yankee Stadium. You know, the fact that the boss is not going to be there, even the thought of him maybe coming there. And in spring training especially at Legends Field, you know, with his presence not being there, I'm sure next spring is going to be a lot different atmosphere as far as New York Yankees are concerned.
Right, we've had Buster Olney on much of the day, and he'll join us again at 6 o'clock Eastern Time for SportsCenter. And just what the Yankees will plan to do, obviously they will honor him in a variety of ways as the owner, George Steinbrenner, passes away at the age of 80. Told now SportsCenter will actually come out at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, 2 o'clock here in Anaheim. The stadium is really a tribute to him. I mean, this is a $1 billion, almost $2 billion stadium. So anytime anybody goes to see it, visit it, sit and watch a game in it, how can you not help but think of George Steinbrenner?
I think you should, and I think that there should be many mementos there to make sure that people understand and remember what he did for the New York Yankees.
He created that part. You know, he's responsible for that part of it.
Without a doubt, he's responsible.
You got to be a big man if you want to get anything like that built in New York City. What he went through, you're going to tear down the old Yankee Stadium. I can't believe it. Are you crazy? And he went ahead with it. It's the most beautiful facility in the sport.
Right. And on some Georges, right, Carl? Huh? George Herman.
George Herman Ruth.
And George Steinbrenner.
And George Steinbrenner. There's an interesting note, too. January 3rd, 1920 was when Babe Ruth was sold to the New York Yankees. January 3rd, same day, 1973, Steinbrenner takes over the Yankees. So January 3rd is as significant a date in Yankee history as there is. And I think perhaps an interesting shot and perhaps a kind of insight into what today means. We just saw Nick Swisher, of course, a Yankee who is celebrated so often being a member of the Yankees, kind of smiling and giggling a little bit about being out here on the field. And the way he has been portrayed this entire season, he's so fortunate and grateful and expresses that to see some level of normalcy from the grown men who are playing a kid's game is kind of nice.
Yeah, it is. And you know, again, this is their sanctuary. You know, their owner passed away today, but this is where you go to get away from all the questions. You're out on the field with your teammates, granted teammates for a day, but that's where you get away and you don't have to think about anything else. I'm sure he's on his mind, but you know what? They're going to play the game, and my pick for MVP just changed.
Two?
Jeter.
Jeter.
Yeah, I went from Miguel Cabrera to Jeter.
Interesting, and we'll see how Derek Jeter, Robinson Cano, Nick Swisher, Teixeira, Rodriguez, Posada, Rivera, all now focus even more on the ultimate prize now that George Steinbrenner is gone. With the Flags at half-staff here in Anaheim, we'll continue our coverage, but now back to the studio.
Carl and crew, thank you. Of course, George Steinbrenner's personality and/or persona wasn't reserved strictly for baseball insiders. Entertainment pounced on the boss. From Visa commercials, Derek Jeter referred to those, to Seinfeld and The Simpsons.
And of course, Saturday Night Live, October of 1990, the night Lou Piniella was winning the World Series as manager of the Reds. George Steinbrenner was hosting SNL. In this skit you're about to see, he played a convenience store owner who had issues firing his employees. Late great Phil Hartman. Well, the first time George Steinbrenner appeared on Seinfeld, it was on an episode entitled The Opposite, a great piece of irony and an homage to the title of the episode. The first thing he did was hire George Costanza, Jerry Seinfeld. Who else could be a memorable character on a television show without actually appearing on the show? You felt George even though he wasn't there. That's how huge a force of personality he was.
And it's been a day full of reaction to the passing of George Steinbrenner at the age of 80. I'm Chris McKendry.
I'm John Butcher, guys. Here's a look back at some of our reactions to the death of George Steinbrenner earlier today.
All you saw in his eyes when he came down to that clubhouse, he believed in what the New York Yankees were all about. He believed in players that put on their pinstripes to have a chance to win, and he gave us that opportunity to win every time I played for the Yankees.
If you needed something, he was the first one to open up his checkbook or whatever. There are kids who have come to me and said that they would have never been able to go to college if it wasn't for George Steinbrenner. He put lights in some of the ball fields down there for people.
There was connection with the fans for the most part. You know, there were some moments because they knew that he cared. They knew that he was going to be relentless in his pursuit of putting the Yankees on top. There was a sense of urgency with him every second of the day, and if you didn't bring that, you weren't going to survive.
I worked for a man who was the toughest boss, they said, and I had 11 wonderful years with him.
He was a tough businessman, and I'd heard that. Heard it from people on the streets, I'd read about it, and I'd seen it in person. I just wanted to make sure my contract was airtight. I knew that once I signed, I was going to be all right. I felt I would. By the time it was completed, I told my guys, I said, if I sign here, cross those T's and dot those I's, because I saw a volatile personality at different points throughout the negotiations, but I wanted to be in a place where we could win.
In front of the camera, you saw his intensity, you know, sitting by the dugout or up in his box. You could just feel that winning, the nervousness that winning was everything.
I think his legacy, basically, when you think about him, is going to be always trying to build a championship team.
He's irreplaceable. He's one of a kind. He certainly is a role model, and has been, and will always be a role model for me.
Well, the amazing thing about Steinbrenner was he was bigger than the player.
He was such a dichotomy, a living, breathing dichotomy he was, and he could be so cruel to people and yet so kind and generous to others. And he was a man who demanded perfection despite his own outlandish imperfection.
Great leader, dynamic personality, redefined baseball as a game, redefine baseball as a business, redefine baseball from the point of view of broadcasting. He'd want to be remembered as having preserved, defended, and extended the great tradition of the New York Yankees.
Above all else, George Steinbrenner was a great, great American.
He's a friend of mine, and he will be deeply missed.
This is SportsCenter.
The death of George Steinbrenner. We'll hear from Derek Jeter, Joe Torre, Andy Pettitte, and even Jerry Seinfeld. Plus, PTI debates the boss's legacy. The battle for World Series home field advantage. Inside the American League.
Back alongside Brian Kenny, I am Jay Harris. Tonight, we celebrate the best players in baseball and a true baseball man. Longtime Yankees owner George Steinbrenner died this morning after a heart attack. He was 80 years old.
For many years, he was seen as part of what was wrong with modern sports, but he brought the Yankees back to dominance, rebuilding an empire, and he dies fittingly with his team reigning as champions and as a true financial behemoth in the sports industry. Let's go to Anaheim and Carl Ravitch.
Brian, Jay, thank you. The flags here in Anaheim are at half-staff, and as you had just alluded to, the fact is George Steinbrenner for many years was associated with things that are wrong with the sport, but by the same token, the way the Yankees have seen the value of that franchise multiply, the sport of baseball has grown exponentially, partly due to what George Steinbrenner has been able to accomplish. It went from a $100 million industry to a multi-billion-dollar industry. Several of his Yankees are currently on the field preparing for tonight's All-Star game, including Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter, who we'll hear from in just a moment. When you go to Yankee Stadium, and I have had the good fortune to do that for 15 of the last 17 years, there has been some interaction with George Steinbrenner. The Yankees win a game and they play the Frank Sinatra song at the end, New York, New York. But for the last 15 years, the song that truly reminds me of the former owner of the Yankees is My Way. And it's the last stanza in that song, which seems so appropriate. It goes, for what is a man, what has he got? If not himself, then he has not. To say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows that I took the blows and I did it my way. It's reflected everywhere, here in New York and throughout the baseball world. And with more on his life and his passing, here's Jeremy Schaap.
When you put the pinstripes on, you're not just putting a baseball uniform on. You're wearing tradition and you're wearing pride. And you're going to wear it the right way.
He's the definition of the New York showman. He took a ragtag Yankee franchise in '73 and made them great again. Made us all remember that the Yankees are the greatest franchise in any sport in this country.
From 1976 to 1981, George Steinbrenner's Yankees won 4 pennants and 2 World Series. Lording over the chaotic atmosphere known as the Bronx Zoo, the boss left no doubts as to who was in charge.
He would come in and yell at us or rip us in the newspaper, and we played well after he would rip us, so he thought that he actually spurred us on to the victory, which he didn't, but in his mind he thought he did.
I don't like losing. Winning's important to me. It's second to breathing. Breathing's first, winning's second.
He knew that the way to win was to get star ball players and to drive the team very hard. And one of his greatest blunt instruments in driving the team very hard was Billy Martin.
I'm handling the trades.
That isn't the way we say it,
I have the right to call you in the dugout anytime
That's not the way it's going to be, George.
You're damn right it is, and if you don't like it, you're fired.
You haven't hired me yet.
Steinbrenner hired and fired Billy Martin 5 times, and overall he changed managers 20 times in his first 23 seasons as owner.
The feeling was that, you were going to outlast the manager, and that's not a good feeling for players to have that. They shouldn't have that.
There were a lot of people that did not want to come to New York because of the way he acted. The managers were uncomfortable. The players were uncomfortable because he was involved in every decision, and the newspapers every day.
Eventually, the Yankees spiraled downward, culminating in a last-place finish in 1990. That same year, it became public knowledge that the boss had paid known gambler Howard Spira $40,000 for information intended to smear the reputation of outfielder Dave Winfield. Steinbrenner was soon banned from the game.
Mr. Steinbrenner will have no further involvement in the management of the New York Yankees or in the day-to-day operations of that club.
When word passed through Yankee Stadium that George was out, the stadium erupted in a 90-second standing ovation. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
In 1993, Steinbrenner was allowed to resume active control of the organization. Despite his imperial return, the second reign of King George would be less of a dictatorship.
He was a different person when he came back. He realized that people like Gene Michael really do know what they're doing, and he finally, for the first time, allowed his baseball people to make all the decisions.
Steinbrenner's patience was rewarded. The Yankees won 4 World Series from 1996 to 2000. Perennially employing the highest payroll in the sport, Steinbrenner in 2002 launched his own broadcast network, which provided further resources to far outspend the competition.
Steinbrenner's legacy is that he was the ultimate baseball capitalist. And if that meant I was going to win because I was making 20 times more in TV revenue than you and I had more money to spend, then so what? I bought the Yankees, you bought the Minnesota Twins.
But in the first 8 years of the new millennium, Steinbrenner's teams had relatively little to show for the billions he spent assembling them. After winning pennants, but not the World Series in 2001 and 2003, the Yankees spent most of the rest of the decade struggling in the postseason.
The Red Sox have won the American League pennant, beating the New York Yankees, their arch rivals, in 7 games.
Most upsetting to their fans, their nemesis in Boston won the World Series in both 2004 and 2007. It was at this time that Steinbrenner slowly faded from public view. No longer did he issue fiery ultimatums, berate his superstars on camera, upbraid his manager in the tabloids. There was only the occasional official statement released not by the team, but by Steinbrenner's public relations consultant. As he reached his late 70s, he finally ceded control to his sons Hank and Hal. Then, in 2009, Steinbrenner's enormous investment paid off again. After an unprecedented free agent binge, the Yankees gave a largely absent Steinbrenner his 7th World Series title.
Yankees win. The Yankees win.
The boss was on top again.
He's been, to my mind, the most creative, adventurous, gambling, successful owner in the history of all of sports.
Well, they always say, what would you like to be on your tombstone? What you like people to say? I just like him to say he never stopped trying. That would be good enough for me.
Among the reactions today, this from the Commissioner of Baseball, Bud Selig. On behalf of baseball, I am very saddened by the passing this morning of George Steinbrenner. George was a giant of the game, and his devotion to baseball was surpassed only by his devotion to his family and his beloved New York Yankees. He was and always will be as much of a New York Yankee as Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, Yogi Berra, Whitey Ford, and all of the other Yankee legends. I have known George ever since he entered the game in 1972, says the commissioner. He was my dear friend for nearly 4 decades. Although we would have disagreements over the years, they never interfered with our friendship and commitment to each other. Our friendship was built on loyalty and trust, and it never wavered. We were allies and friends in the truest sense of the words. Once again, the thoughts of the commissioner, Bud Selig. Here are the thoughts late this afternoon of the Yankees who are here at the All-Star game.
You know, it was extremely important. You know, obviously, I don't think we were thinking, you know, that this would be, you know, the year, or a year that he wouldn't be seeing us be able to finish this year off, you know. But just to be able to win that championship, the first year of the stadium, obviously that stadium's there because of him. You know, let's do this for Mr. Steinbrenner. Let's do this for the fans. You know, is what was driving us.
The thing with the boss that he's an old football coach, so in his way, you know, he sort of looked at the baseball season like we played 12 games and we had to win every single day. But he really expected to win every night, every day. I remember in my second year, I was on third base and got doubled off on a line drive in the infield, and we won the game. And after the game, he's yelling at me for don't ever get doubled off again. And I'm telling him that we won the game, but you know, he expected perfection.
The one thing I can share with you is in 2004, he wrote me a handwritten note, and it was hand-delivered by a clubhouse kid. And at that point, I got a little nervous, and it said from GMS. And, you know, he said this, and that. I still have this note, but in the end, he basically said, I'm counting on you, with capital letters, you know, and exclamation point. And to this day, I hold this dear, and I think we're still playing for him, not to let him down.
Winning the World Series meant a lot to him, but the next day he was back at work. He was like, okay, how are we going to win next year? So I really believe that he enjoyed it, but he stayed the course all the time. We experienced that in 1996. We won in 1996, and we were told that he was already planning for 1997 when they were planning the parade.
George used to hand me, you know, Bible verses before some of my playoff starts and stuff like that. And, you know, that was just, you know, he was tough, but he was always there to support you also, you know. And again, I don't think enough is said about the support that he would give you, but it was tough support. So I think sometimes the tough support doesn't get, you know, quite the limelight.
Hi, so the thoughts there of the current Yankees, and again, several of them here at the All-Star game, including Nick Swisher, who we didn't hear from, Robinson Cano as well. We just had Joe Girardi stop by, and obviously he has been deeply affected by it and shared his thoughts with what's gone on with the team and how, moving forward, the Yankees will try as hard as they can to continue business as usual. The family did issue a statement, the Steinbrenner family, and among the things that they had said, a little different perhaps than some of the things that we have heard from those that were employed by George Steinbrenner. It is with profound sadness that the family of George Steinbrenner III announces his passing. He passed away this morning in Tampa, Florida, at the age of 80. He was a visionary and a giant in the world of sports. He took a great but struggling franchise and turned it into a champion again. I think hard for people who are tuning in to get the day in sports and have seen this endless coverage of George Steinbrenner to perhaps understand, if they don't understand baseball or follow it as greatly, that this was a giant. Not only in the sports industry, but in the business industry. You know, think about the people who have turned industries around. He took a Yankee team that he paid $8.7 million for, and it's now worth almost $2 billion. That's an M to a B with 7 World Series titles. You never played for him. Did you wish you had that opportunity?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's every kid's dream, especially, you know, when I was 2 to 11 years old, I lived in North Jersey, just, 15, 20 minutes away from Yankee Stadium. And, we were Yankee fans, and that's growing up, anyone wanted to play for the Yankees. Then when Mr. Steinbrenner took over and he saw what he was doing to the team, how he would put a team together to say, you know what, we're going to win, that to me was the thing that, as a player, you dream about it. You knew reality wasn't going to set in because you look at their great first baseman, their history. I was not going to have a chance to play for the New York Yankees. I wish I did have the opportunity, though.
Hall of Famer Dave Winfield here as well. You have such a unique perspective. So many of the comments from former players, associates, is kind of conflicted between he was a great man and a class man, and yet there always seems to be, in many cases, a but. You signed a $23 million deal for 10 years in 1981, and it came with some trepidation.
Ravi, as the day wears on, you're hitting the nail on the head. When it comes down to it, he's a man of contrast because he was rough, tough, gruff. He'd beat you up. He'd grind you into the dirt. He'd bowl you over. And on the other hand, he was magnanimous. He was giving. He did it quietly. He did more quietly than publicly. I mean, he's left an indelible impression on everyone in sports across this country. An interesting American, and he was born on the 4th of July. And, a true American, he'll go down in history as one of the top sports owners in history. I love Jerry Jones. I love Jerry Buss, all these guys, but none are bigger than George Steinbrenner.
And yet, and this morning when you hear the news, your impression, your feeling, your lasting impression of him is what?
Lasting impression is how I felt about him at the end.
Which was what?
And we were on good terms. I appreciated him and respected him for what he was all about.
In a sense, you never competed against him on the field. You never looked over and saw him in the dugout, Bobby. But in a way, he was represented by the things that were in the dugout competing against your Met team.
Absolutely. When the Mets and the Yankees fought each other, it wasn't only Jeter against Piazza, it was also Wilpon against Steinbrenner. And that was felt throughout the entire organization. We wanted to win for our owners. They wanted to win for George. And, it was an amazing contrast, as Dave said, on how competitive he was, yet how understanding he was of the competition. As I mentioned earlier, I got handwritten notes from him.
Yeah.
Good job. Your team's playing well. And it wasn't only when they won. It was in interleague series when we won 2 out of 3. I still got a little note that said, hey, nice job. Keep it going. He really wanted New York to be that prize that the sports world looks at, and he knew we were part of his prize.
There was a level of respect for independence, a little irreverence. I think because of who he was, he probably had a great deal of respect for what you were able to accomplish. This handwritten note thing, too, you heard Alex Rodriguez say it. You wonder how many of those handwritten notes Derek Jeter has. Tim Kirkshin was in that press conference when the Yankees were there speaking, and he joins us now for his thoughts. Tim?
Right. I was struck by a lot of things at that press conference, Ravi, but the number one thing was what Derek Jeter said right at the end. He said the first time he ever met George Steinbrenner, Jeter was 18 years old in the Gulf Coast League, and George came up to him, as Jeter said, larger than life. He put his arm around him, and he knew his name. And Jeter said, I can't believe he even knew who I was. And he said to him, we're really counting on you for big things here. And that's when Jeter said, I knew everything I needed to know about George Steinbrenner right there. We're really expecting big things from you.
Tim, thank you. Old Timers Day, of course, is coming up this week, July 4th. That Dave Winfield mentioned a significant date because that was the day that George was born on. But the most significant, perhaps, date in Yankee history will be remembered as January 3rd. In 1920, George Herman Ruth was bought by the Yankees, Babe Ruth. And on that day, January 3rd, 1973, George Steinbrenner assumed control of the Yankees. Ruth and Steinbrenner, January 3rd, 1920 and 1973. Our coverage will continue throughout the course of this night and through the All-Star Game, of course, as we get set to watch several of the New York Yankees, handpicked by the former owner of the Yankees, be represented here in Anaheim at the All-Star Game.
If not that he was done, then certainly that he was in decline. Otherwise, they never would have let him go.
Yeah, I mean, he's tremendous. Not only what he brings to on the field, but what he brings in the clubhouse. He's always got a smile on his face.
That is straight ahead on SportsCenter.
And the Red Sox to new heights in that rivalry. Here's David Ortiz moments ago caught at the All-Star Game in Anaheim. Big Papi.
Not good, man. Mr. Steinbrenner was somebody that changed the game, changed the history of the game, and getting a news like that, it's sad, man. And hopefully the family know that we're keeping on our praise.
David. Pitcher Tommy John had two stints with the Yankees, 79 to 82 and 86 to 89. He joins us now on SportsCenter. Tommy, what are your lasting memories of George Steinbrenner?
Lasting memories are the first game I started as a Yankee, 1979, Easter Sunday. Guidry lost Good Friday to the Milwaukee Brewers. Ed Figueroa lost Saturday, so I'm pitching Sunday. And I'm coming to the ballpark, and George is coming out of the manager's office, and he looks at me, and he points his finger, and he says, this is why we got you. This is exactly why we got you. This is the most important game of the season. And I said, George, there's 159 after the day. And he said, no, you got to stop the losing streak. So my first 5 pitches as a Yankee were 5 balls. And I walked Paul Molitor, and I said, ball 1 to Robin Yount. And the fans were booing and yell, you suck, and all that. Tommy, go back to the Los Angeles. And I managed to eke out a 2-1 win. And but that was George. George, the third game of the season was the most important game of the year, and George was very impetuous like that, you had to stop the losing streaks. And, fortunately for me, I pitched well for him. But, everybody out there at the All-Star Game tonight, everybody that's making any kind of money in baseball should send flowers to the funeral or send something to the charities or the Yankee Foundation, because George Steinbrenner is directly responsible for having these large salaries. Regardless of whether it's good, bad, or what people think about it, he's directly responsible for these guys making the millions that they're making now.
And, Tommy, many have reflected today on Steinbrenner's willingness to spend money on players. You signed with New York 4 years, $1.4 million before the '79 season. Nice money for that time. What were George Steinbrenner's expectations of you with that paycheck?
Well, the thing about George would tend to overpay and then expect you to pitch up to the level of his salary and not to the level of your ability. And, fortunately for me, he wanted me, I was probably the second pitcher of the staff back of Guidry, but he wanted somebody that could go out there every 5 days and compete. And, and the thing about him, George was a big fan of General George Patton. And I brought him a couple letters that a friend of mine got from the archives of West Point, and it was about Patton's discipline, personal appearance, and physical fitness. And I showed him to George, and I said, here, this is from me to you. And he looked, and he said, by God, this guy had it right. When your discipline goes down, you're not a good fighting unit. When your personal appearance goes down, you're not a good fighting unit. When your physical fitness goes down, you aren't a good fighting unit. And those were things that George Steinbrenner demanded from all of us. We had to look like Yankees, dress like Yankees, act like Yankees, and be in shape and represent New York Yankees and the city of New York. And that's what he demanded, and that's what he wanted. And you know what? He should get it because he's the owner.
Is it true he would call you at home sometimes to discuss how you pitched?
No. Okay. The only time George ever called me at home was August 2nd, 1979, and he was half crying telling me that Thurman Munson had passed away in a plane crash. It's the only time George ever called me at home.
Okay. Internet information. I wanted to ask the question. What's something you learned about George Steinbrenner during your time as a Yankee that we might not know, Tommy?
Well, for all the bombastic stuff that George did and firing managers and yelling at players, there were a lot of kids, a lot of people in New York that received operations that they couldn't afford, and the check came anonymously, and it probably came from George Steinbrenner or one of his foundations. He was a very, very benevolent man. I had a son pass away this last March 9th, and I got flowers from the Yankee fantasy camp, and I got flowers from the Steinbrenner family. George had a very, very, very big heart, but I don't think he wanted people to know how big of a heart he had because that would go against what he worked for.
2 stints with the Yankees, former big league pitcher Tommy John joining us on SportsCenter. Thank you for your time and your memories, Tommy.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Well, George Steinbrenner's payroll outlay during his time as Yankees owner. Tommy said all these guys have him to thank for this in the range of $2.5 billion. He wasn't shy about spending on free agents. Here's some of the notables, including Hall of Famers Catfish Hunter and Reggie Jackson.
A lot of talent.
Yeah, in the early years of free agency.
I'm handling the trades.
That isn't the way we say it,
I have the right to call you in the dugout anytime I want.
That's not the way it's going to be, George.
Well, you're damn right it is, and if you don't like it, you're fired.
You haven't hired me yet.
George Steinbrenner having some fun there with Billy Martin. Didn't happen so often, but he knew how to poke fun at himself, and so did others. Jerry Seinfeld weighs in on the boss's death. Coming up.
New Smirnoff Premium Malt Mixed Drinks.
Brian Kenny and Jay Harris back here on SportsCenter. Late George Steinbrenner, controversial, brash, but he also restored the luster to one of the proudest franchises in sports. George Steinbrenner dead at the age of 80. Paul O'Neill, one of those players who helped revitalize the Pinstripes. Here's O'Neill and some other former Yankees.
When you took the field, you were expected to win, and there's nothing better as a player to play under that kind of rain where if something needed to be added, if something needed to be done, the winning was the important thing. And how important it was that New York deserved teams that won because of what George Steinbrenner did. And I think that even the guys that are there now, Derek Jeter, Andy Pettitte, Posada, we look back at what happened in the late 90s and even through last year. This whole group of people were changed by what this man did of bringing a team together to win. Behind the scenes, you would see him talk to players that were down. In front of the camera, you saw his intensity, sitting by the dugout or up in his box. You could just feel that winning, the nervousness that winning was everything.
You knew he was sick, and you knew someday it was going to happen, but you didn't really want it to happen because he was just a special person, and I was very, very saddened. What Mr. Steinbrenner did was, there was a time when the Yankees were kind of like floundering, and then all of a sudden he took over the team, and he brought that excitement back, because he was a highly competitive guy. He didn't like to lose, so he brought that back to the Yankees. He brought it back not only to players but to the fans and everybody, and that's what he was all about. He demanded excellence. He was a competitive guy, and his nature, and it came out, and that's what turned the Yankees around and actually have brought them back to where they are today.
Steinbrenner he was bigger than the players, and I can't think of a player that dominated New York sports as he did over the years. I know DiMaggio was great, I know Mantle was great, and Ruth and Gehrig. He was right there with him, and there's no question what the commissioner said. He was a giant in the game of baseball as an owner, and maybe the biggest giant in all owners.
In baseball terms in general, the most successful baseball owner in history goes beyond baseball. It goes to the core of what he brought to the city. I mean, the Yankees were not only always the most popular team with players. There were a lot of times when players didn't really want to play there. So they were not always the biggest draw, but I think he built them into the biggest brand of any professional sports franchise.
And you can get much more on the passing of George Steinbrenner on ESPNNewYork.com, including Bob Knight on his friendship with George Steinbrenner.
Elsewhere today, Hall of Fame
opportunity nationally to show the respect and what they truly felt about George Steinbrenner and what he has brought to this franchise. He is what this franchise is about, and that's winning.
In my life, one of the greatest moments with my father. You cherish those moments.
For him to get that recognition, I wasn't surprised by it because, like I've said time and time again, we have the greatest fans in the world, and they definitely appreciate the fact that we've been blessed to have an owner like George Steinbrenner.
The fans realize how important George Steinbrenner has been to the New York Yankees, to New York City, to all of baseball. But it was not only the fans that recognized that. It was the love and the outpouring of the players who came and met him at home plate. They realized how important he was.
The greatest moment that I've ever had in Yankee Stadium.
Hello, buddy. Hi, Dave. George. How you doing?
I got teary-eyed, sympathetic, emotional for my friend. You know, to see him starting to become mortal. He was a lion that was enjoyable to watch in action.
I care about the team like other Yankee fans care about it, and all I can point to is the record. Since I've had the team in '73, we've won more games than any other team in baseball. And that's what it's all about.
I think George's legacy, more than anything else, will be the rejuvenation of the Yankees because he took them to new levels of excellence and really kept them there.
The greatest owner in all of sports, a guy who demanded championships. That's what I liked about playing for him, is every year he expected us to go out there and win the World Series.
The only thing that I miss more than winning is breathing.
Anything short of that was a disappointment.
125 wins, historically an absolutely magnificent performance. Congratulations.
Thanks, Bud.
In George's case, it was this insatiable appetite for winning. That's what he will always be remembered for, and properly so.
Where does this one rank? The top, right at the top. This is truly, you can say it now, one of the greatest teams in baseball.
As all of society becomes more homogenized, more impersonal, we value the characters. We value the ones who are different, and we value the ones who are confident enough of their own presence on this planet to be who they are. George was such a person.
I have a sign on my desk that says lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. And if I'm the leader, I'm going to be the leader, and I'm going to lead them to the best of my ability.
When people talk about George Steinbrenner, they're going to sort of giggle a little bit and say what a tough SOB he was.
The only thing I care about is Yankee fans. I could care less what the other people or the detractors say. It really doesn't bother me.
Whatever it is that created that massive force is what it is, and he used it to a fare thee well.
They sold their soul to George Steinbrenner because of the money. That's baloney. Those guys could go anywhere and get the money. Believe me, they could.
What he brought to the game was that this organization, through him, set the example of how an organization should be run, how it should carry itself, the commitment it should have to its fans and its city.
I love New York. I love the Yankees. I love everything that the mystique of the Yankees represents.
He's kept the Yankees true to what we are, the finest sports franchise in the world. To me, that's the greatest gift he's given.
Behind the scenes during all the Yankee championships, and he wasn't really behind the scenes, was George Steinbrenner. I believe the greatest owner of all time.
When you think about candidates who are eligible for the Hall of Fame, especially executives, you look for great sportsmen. You look for guys that help lead their franchises successfully and had a positive impact on the game.
He's had more impact on the game than any other owner
in the last 35 years, and in my opinion, he belongs in the Hall of Fame for that reason.
Would you raise your hands if you picked the Yankees to win the World Series? Okay. Good man. Good man.
I don't think he gets the credit for what a wonderful man he really is, because I think people always envision him as being a tough boss. But he really, truly cares about people more than anything.
He would read the paper one day and there'd be somebody that needed help, and he would be the first one to jump in there and help them. He's done that his entire life.
He'll not be forgotten. And for all the people that he touched, he should never be forgotten.
When the Yankees win, it's good for baseball, because baseball history is Yankee history. And my dad's the one that restored that.
George is an original. There's never going to be another George Steinbrenner.
When you look back, desire to want to exceed and do better. There's 110% in every man, I believe. 10% more than he thinks there is, including myself. And I want to get into that 10% as much as I can from everybody. And maybe at times I go overboard.
I have the right to call you in the dugout anytime I want. That's not the way it's going to be, George. You're damn right it is, and if you don't like it, you're fired. You haven't hired me yet.
If you want to play for me, you want to march with my army, that's the way you got to march. Because I take the responsibility now for all I've done wrong, but I feel I do know how teams must play to win, and how people connected with that team, with the organization, must be disciplined and focused.
Yankees win. The Yankees win.
Loyalty is very important. Loyalty probably ahead of anything else. They've got to be loyal to me, and they got to trust me. Loyalty and trust are the two things you got to have. And I try to give the same thing back. Whereas in the early years, maybe I didn't do that as much as I do today.
This giant billboard tribute to George Steinbrenner, the boss at the new Yankee Stadium. He died today after a massive heart attack this morning. He was 80 years old.
He's more than just an owner to me. You know, he's a friend of mine, and he will be deeply missed.
This is SportsCenter. The death of George Steinbrenner. Derek Jeter joins us on the set at the All-Star Game, and more reaction from all over the sports world. The battle for World Series home field advantage.
Leaving behind a lasting legacy that will stand the test of time. Under his leadership, the Yankees became the leading sports franchise and the most highly recognized sports brand around the globe. We've been with you all day here at YES, celebrating the life of George Steinbrenner and all that he accomplished on a journey that saw him become a figure the likes of which we may never see again. Born in Ohio, lived in Tampa, but of New York, his passing has reverberated throughout the sports world and beyond. I'm joined by Jack Curry and other members of the YES Network broadcast team. They will join us throughout this special as well. An amazing man, an amazing American life. Obviously born in Ohio in 1930, bought the Yankees in 1973. And although you maybe expect it because he had not been in great health the last couple of years, still comes as a shock.
It really does, Michael. It's been a sobering day as we have talked to people who had a part in Steinbrenner's life, former players, former managers, former general managers. We've heard from politicians and former presidents. And as you hear all of these anecdotes, some of them poignant, some of them funny, you wish for Mr. Steinbrenner what you would wish for anyone who passes on. They would have loved to have heard all of these things that people had to say about them before they left. It's really been a remarkable tribute to Steinbrenner.
I think sometimes he wondered whether or not he was beloved, and I think that what we've heard today shows you that he has turned things around, and he is a guy that people will miss, and Yankee fans specifically. Now, George Steinbrenner's passing comes at a time in which many baseball people are in Anaheim for All-Star festivities. While some of the Yankee representatives there talked about him, a number of people who also knew George well called into YES.
I think he's a father figure to everyone that was in our organization, you know, past or present, because he really took care of his players. You know, whether it's a player that was on the team now or someone that played for him for a week 30 years ago. You know what I mean? He really went out of his way to take care of the players. That's why Old Timers Day is so special. In spring training, we have a lot of the ex-players that come back, and that all starts with the boss. So you can't say enough good things about him. I think most people know him as being this vocal owner But if you really got an opportunity to get to know him, you realize the great things he did, not only in the community, but with the past players and former players.
He's meant so much to not only this organization, but to the game of baseball and to all of us personally. And to me, one of the things that is not talked enough about Mr. Steinbrenner is how giving of a man he is, and a man that really cared about people and tried to change people's lives, whether it was a first chance, a second chance, or a third chance. And that's who he really was.
He expected a lot. He demanded a lot. He raised, I believe, the level of not only the Yankees, organization and what they want to do as far as winning championships, but I feel like he's raised the bar around baseball for other teams to try to keep up and to compete with what he was trying to put on the field every year.
The opportunity to play for the boss and the family was something that was second to none. And he's a man that has more passion than anyone, and really passionate about his game. And for many years, spent the most money to try to bring the best players in the world to play for his organization. And the one thing I can share with you is in '04, he wrote me a handwritten note, and it was hand delivered by a clubhouse kid. And at that point, I got a little nervous, and I said, from GMS. And he said this, and that. I still have this note, but in the end, he basically said, "I'm counting on you," with capital letters, and exclamation point. And to this day, I hold this dear, and I think we're still playing for him, not to let him down.
If you're a retired player, there's a good chance that if you played for the Yankees and you got in trouble, whether you were bankrupt or financial or personal problems, you could always go to Mr. Steinbrenner, and he was always there for you. And I know you could talk to Ron Guidry about that. You could talk to a lot of former players that are still on the payroll that fell on hard times after their careers, that Mr. Steinbrenner was always there for.
No one did it better than George Steinbrenner, and I don't think that there's an owner in the game that, and nothing more that could you ask of an owner than what Mr. Steinbrenner did. As I said before, I think he made baseball more competitive, and because, like I said, if you wanted to compete with him, man, you had to get up early in the morning.
He really made me feel comfortable. Invite me to the Derby. Always called after I retired, and wanted me to make sure he knew that I wanted him to. He wanted me to come to spring training. He wanted me to be a part of it. Just always made me feel like he wanted me part of the family, and so I always felt comfortable around him.
George was, again, one of the toughest competitors I've ever been around. He wanted to win like no one else. I mean, I've been around a lot of great players who wanted to win, but outside of baseball, as far as front office, he wanted to win as bad as anyone. So he took things real hard. He pushed his people. He demanded excellence from his people. Make sure you had to be accountable to the organization, to the team. But I think a little later on, he understood from being around the game and realizing how difficult it was, guys, to win. Even though he wanted to win as bad as anyone, I think he understood and was a little more tolerant. And in some ways that, okay, it's tough to win championships. You could see how difficult it was to go through the grind of winning a world championship. And I think he mellowed a little bit, but I don't think the fire ever really burned out. I think he always still wanted to win as bad as anyone by evidence of going out and just trying to get the best product, the best players, making sure they were taken care of.
We fought back and forth when I played for him for years. But knowing him, he has a lot of respect for you as a player, the way you play and the way you conduct yourself. And that, after the 1981 season, he made me the captain, which showed me some great respect. And I was going to be very loyal to him. And a couple of years later, he got mad at me and traded me. But that's just the way it goes. But he was the kind of guy that if you stood up to him and showed him that you gave a good effort every day, every night out there, that he was going to be by your side till the end.
Now, we've been here since news of George's passing since early in the morning. We've talked to a lot of people, and the bottom line, Jack, is that some people had love-hate relationships with him, and I think that the arc of George's career ran the gamut of that. At the beginning, he was a different guy. Toward the end, he was a different guy as well, but now, the day of his passing, people seem to have the good memories about him and not any bad.
Right, Goose Gossage and Greg Nettles are two players who definitely had some issues with George during their careers, but we heard the comments that they made. And Michael, what I took away from some of those comments that we just heard, and even some of the ones we played earlier that we didn't show just now, some of the subtle gestures from George Steinbrenner. You talked about Alex Rodriguez and the handwritten note. Earlier, Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, he talked about a handwritten note. And David Wells, after his perfect game, told us that he received a watch from George Steinbrenner that is still sitting in his mantle. So even though he was this larger-than-life figure, we're learning some of these things. There was a human side, too, a big-time human side.
Well, absolutely. We've got so much more coming up. We'll have much more about one of baseball's most prominent figures, and others who knew him make their feelings known as well. Stay with us on George Steinbrenner Remembered here on the YES Network.
Plus, save hundreds of dollars on a huge selection of name brand mattresses during Sleepy's multi-million-dollar mattress sale. Going on now.
You value your friends. So does DirecTV. Meg's worth 100. So are Mike, Carol, Bob, Jim, and Kay. For every friend you refer to DirecTV, you get $100, and they get $100 on top of our best national offer. Just give your account number to your friends and have them call 1-877-4-100 each. They must have your account number when they order. Refer up to 10 people and get $1,000 a year. Then celebrate and watch the Benjamins stack up.
It's personal. Check your local listings.
Well, Yankee Stadium is a testament to George Steinbrenner's vision, and today they are flying the flags at half-mast. The Yankees' first game back at the new ballpark without their owner will be Friday against the Tampa Bay Rays. We're back on George Steinbrenner Remembered as we continue to celebrate the legacy of the boss who passed away Tuesday morning at the age of 80. He served as the principal owner of the Yankees for 37 years, leading them to 7 World Championships and 11 American League pennants. Steinbrenner once famously said that winning was the most important thing in his life after breathing, and he always made sure that the Yankees had a personnel equipped to carry out his vision. In each of the last 5 championships that the franchise has won, Derek Jeter has been a central figure. A face of Steinbrenner's organization since the mid-90s, Jeter spoke with our Bob Lorenz in Anaheim today about George Steinbrenner's passing. Obviously, we're having some audio problems, and we will get back to that in just a moment, but we had heard from Derek earlier, and let's bring in Kimberly Jones, our very own Kimberly Jones of the YES Network, and you know Derek very well, and I think of all the players, Derek is probably the most affected by the passing of George Steinbrenner.
Yeah, and I think you saw that and heard that here on YES earlier today, Michael. He called him a friend as much as anything else in his life. That is how he related to Mr. Steinbrenner. And I think that's so important because Derek, in a lot of ways, embodied exactly what Mr. Steinbrenner believed in, and that was winning. And winning was what mattered most. We have seen that from Derek throughout his career. My sense is that you will see that even reinforced in this Yankees clubhouse now, first and foremost by Derek Jeter.
And you can definitely sense it as well from when he speaks to Bob Lorenz, and Bob Lorenz, as we mentioned, was in Anaheim, and here's that conversation with the Yankee captain, Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter a little bit earlier at Angel Stadium tonight, the All-Star game at Angel Stadium in Anaheim. Kimberly Jones, you met, Jack Curry as well. Kim, you were there when they presented George the ring on opening day, and that was important for both Joe Girardi and for Derek Jeter.
It was important to them, Michael, and it was a secret to us until after it happened, and that's the way they wanted it. And I know that it touched Derek at the time. I think what you just saw was an emotional Derek Jeter hours after learning of the boss's passing. We don't often see that kind of emotion from Derek. I think that speaks to not only the relationship he had with his friend, George Steinbrenner, but how well they connected in the way they looked at life and the way they looked at competition.
Now, Jack, you actually wrote a book with Derek Jeter, and I think the word friend really jumps out because that's not a word that Derek Jeter throws around. You have to earn entry into that inner circle, and for him to refer to George Steinbrenner's friend tells you the depth of that emotion.
Pretty remarkable, Michael, especially, and Kim touched upon it, when you're talking about an owner and a player. And I realize that Jeter and Mr. Steinbrenner had a tremendous relationship. But for Derek Jeter to go to that word, you're right, Michael, this is a guy who keeps the people around him on a pretty tight leash in an inner circle. And David Wells touched upon something earlier, too. David Wells said the reason he got along with Steinbrenner is because he was stubborn and George was stubborn. You know what? Derek Jeter, in his own way, is stubborn, too. Try and be Joe Girardi or Joe Torre and get him to not play in a game. And I think he embodied some of those same characteristics of Steinbrenner. He wanted to win. He was so stubborn. He wants to be out on the field. He wants to win the game.
All right, we're going to hear from so many more people as we move along. We'll hear from Kimberly Jones a little bit later on. We'll have more reaction, plus Bob's going to check in again from Anaheim, and we'll also hear from the former mayor of New York City, and that is Rudy Giuliani. And we will continue right here on YES, George Steinbrenner Remembered.
come by to pay tribute, a few of them leaving flowers and notes outside the stadium. Inside the stadium, the big scoreboard is lit up with Steinbrenner's picture and a memory to the boss, as everybody knew him around here. Most of the conversation, though, has been about his legacy and the fact that he was a complicated man, but one who ultimately won. We spoke earlier today with former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani in his offices in Midtown Manhattan. He was, of course, a friend of Steinbrenner's and a big Yankee fan.
His legacy is a legacy of pride, class, winning, doing what is necessary to win in terms of the kind of investments you have to make. And I remember when he first took over the Yankees, he talked a lot about how he wanted the Yankees to be deserving of the support of the fans of New York City. He wanted the Yankees to make New York City proud. George led the life of a great man, you know, with great successes, some big failures, but the balance of success against failure is overwhelming. And he's taken the sport of baseball. It's different because of George Steinbrenner.
Like a lot of the people we spoke to today, Mayor Giuliani talked about the fact that he had a complicated legacy. He was a tyrant in the office at times. He did fire people sometimes at whim and then demand to know why they weren't at their desk the next day. But what he and everyone said they're going to remember him for is the 7 World Series wins, and they thought it was fitting that when he died, they were the defending world champions and had the best record in baseball. Brian?
All right, TJ Quinn at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Thanks, TJ. Here is the statement from the current mayor of New York City, Michael Bloomberg. He was a champion who made New York a better place and who always gave back to the city he loved. He's left an indelible legacy on the Yankees, on baseball, and our city, and he leaves us in the only way that would be appropriate as a reigning world champion.
Elsewhere, Tiger Woods looking.
Now, speaking of the city of New York, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, I think that George Steinbrenner was tickled pink that the mayor of the city was an unabashed Yankee fan. And Mr. Mayor, we thank you for joining us. And I know that you saw a side of George Steinbrenner that none of us really got a chance to see, a personal side. You actually had a personal relationship with the Yankee owner.
I did. I knew George for 30 years. I first met him when I was a lawyer at Patterson Belknap, and I represented, my firm did, WPIX. So I got to see him in contract negotiations on the other side. I got to know him when I was U.S. attorney. Then, of course, I got to know him really well when I was the mayor. So George was a personal friend before I was really the mayor. But one of the biggest surprises I got right after becoming mayor is maybe a year and a half into it, I got a call from George. He had read something in the newspapers about a child being hurt and he wanted to donate money, and he wanted to do it anonymously, and he wanted to know if the city had a way to do that. And I got more than a few calls like that from George over the years. I mean, everybody knows that he contributed to the firefighters and police officers long before September 11, whenever they were injured. And, of course, he did it with the military, with the Wounded Warriors Foundation. But the thing that I don't think most people know is he would just read something in the newspapers or hear something on television. And he would call up, and I know of the ones he did with me. I know he did others. He would call up and he'd say, "You think you can find a way to get some money to?" And then he would explain the situation. And he would swear me to secrecy. And, of course, you know, mayors don't do much on their own. They always use somebody else to do it, right?
Right.
So I always had to get somebody else to do it. And I would have to get George to sort of be comfortable with whoever else was going to help me to do it. Because he didn't want anyone to know that he was doing this. So, I mean, that's a part of him that I just used to feel very bad when they'd write these nasty things about him, very exaggerated very often, that nobody knew this other side of him.
Mr. Mayor, obviously, you've been around a lot of powerful people. You ran for president. You were mayor of New York City for all those years. You're a powerful man yourself. What made George special? What made him the leader that he was?
The desire to excel, the desire, in some cases, almost to, you know, sort of to be perfect. And he felt that if you were a professional, you had to be trying every moment and working very hard. And I got along with George from the time I was really a young man because my first boss, Lloyd McMahon, who was a federal judge and the chief judge in the Southern District of New York, was just like that about lawyers. He expected lawyers to be well prepared, and they could make mistakes, but they never better make a mistake out of laziness or out of lack of concern. And George had that same strength, that same desire. And that's what makes great organizations, when you can infuse that in an organization. And it took a while, but when people realize that you're doing this for their good, because you want them to succeed and you want them to have the benefits of winning a championship and being acknowledged in your profession or your sport, I think that's the thing that made George a great leader. Plus the fact that he was extraordinarily intelligent. People don't realize how bright and how intelligent, how well-educated, and how diverse George's mind was. So you had this great spirit of competition and wanting to win, which was tied to a very, very strong intellect. And that's a pretty powerful combination.
Mr. Mayor, this is Jack Curry. I wanted to take you over to the baseball side for a moment. I know as a reporter, I loved to talk baseball with Mr. Steinbrenner. What were your conversations with him on the baseball side?
When I first met him, as I said, I was like a third-string lawyer on the team that was negotiating for WPIX. And I got to know him outside of the negotiations because I knew something about the Cleveland Indians. And everybody knew about the Yankees, but I could talk to him about Bob Feller and the Allie Reynolds trade to the Yankees, and he really loved that. And whenever we got together, unless it was a business, really business conversation, I love to talk baseball with him also. I love to take him back to the old days, to the great rivalry between the Indians and the Yankees and all the different decisions that he made. And he was very willing to tell you the mistakes that he thought he made and what he learned from them. The players that he got that didn't work out and why he thought they didn't work out and how he factored that into other players he was looking for later. It was always fascinating to talk baseball with him.
I'm wondering, I'm very curious, Mr. Mayor, obviously George Steinbrenner was a tough leader, a tough boss. Did you, in any of your dealings with him, because I know you had stadium discussions and things like that, ever feel that wrath? Was there ever a contentious moment between you two?
No, there wasn't. I mean, we had some tough negotiations, but I always had a good relationship with him, and I never saw that, what people describe as that side of him. Sometimes I could see it in the way he would deal with what he wanted and how fast he wanted it and how perfect he wanted it to be. So I could see that sort of desire for perfection that probably drove a lot of that. But I never felt it. I was always sort of in a different position, either being too young to deal with it or in some cases then being U.S. attorney and mayor. We were sort of peers, so I didn't experience that. But I had some disagreements with him. I remember once I gave the Mets exercised a clause under their contract where they could get $300,000 to help plan for a new stadium, and we gave the money to the Mets. And somebody wrote an article in one of the newspapers saying this was very strange that I gave $300,000 to the Mets as a Yankee fan. I must have a guilty conscience, some kind of a joking column like that. George called me up. He was all upset. How come you? He said, "Look, I expect you to be fair, but you don't have to bend over backwards for the Mets." And I explained to George that it was in his contract too. He had just never exercised his right to ask for it. And so we had a few conversations like that. Every once in a while, I complained to him about a trade that he made, or like a fan, right?
Absolutely. Well, Mr. Mayor,
when he first gave up Buck Showalter, he came to my house, I think it was that day or the day after, to have dinner. And my son Andrew, who was then about 7 or 8, gave him a very hard time because he loved Buck, because Buck Showalter used to give him the the lineup card at the end of a game. Occasionally he'd give it to him and sign it for him. So he was like 7 or 8. He just loved Buck. Then he turned out to love Joe Torre too, but he gave him a hard time over that one.
Well, we're going to hear from Buck Showalter a little bit later on in the show. Mr. Mayor, we thank you for coming on with us and sharing some of your reflections.
I thank you, and we lost a great New Yorker and a great American.
Thank you. We thank you so much, Rudy.
Thank you.
All right, that's Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City. Now let's go all the way out to the West Coast, live at Anaheim Stadium. Angel Stadium of Anaheim is our very own Bob Lorenz. And Bob, you were there early, right before the players arrived. You've been talking to a lot of people. So just tell me the general thought process of the people around baseball of the passing of George Steinbrenner.
Well, I think at first the word shock, the word sadness come to a lot of people's minds, but then they change to game changer. difference maker, Michael, taskmaster. And that word sounds harsh. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I guess it kind of depends on who you are. I talked to the former Yankees reliever Jeff Nelson, for example, who won 4 championships with the Yankees. And one of the things he said really stood out to me. He said, you know, I went to spring training. I met Mr. Steinbrenner, and from day one, moment one, he pushed me. He said, here's why I traded for you. Here's what I expect of you. And it was okay, Nelson said, if you pushed back just a little, as long as you backed it up with a work ethic, the same will to be a champion, that same drive. And I think a lot of people here today have echoed that. That will to win was in place, and it was there for a reason. And ultimately, as we know, it has paid off numerous times.
Bob, we've seen obviously some of the interviews, your interview with Derek Jeter and Andy Pettitte and Alex Rodriguez. What are you hearing from players on opposing teams? Are they talking about Mr. Steinbrenner as well?
Oh, absolutely. I talked to the former Red Sox player, now ESPN broadcaster Nomar Garciaparra, and he said, you know, the bottom line is when you look from outside, you knew that everything you heard about him, some of it might be true, but he went to build a champion, and that made other teams better because you didn't want to just play against the Yankees. You wanted to compete with them or against them, and you wanted to beat them. Tommy Lasorda, I just spoke to him a few moments ago, the former Dodgers manager, and he said the same things. You think back to 77 and 78, and then 1981 again, and those epic World Series battles between the Yankees and Dodgers. And he said exactly the same thing. He said because of what George Steinbrenner put in place, every team wanted to beat the Yankees. You wanted to beat the good guy, Tommy Lasorda said, or you wanted to beat the villain. And in that case of, I guess, the Dodgers' view of the Yankees at that time, they were the villain, especially after the 2 Yankees wins in 77 and 78.
Now, Bob, I know that you also spoke to former Yankee Dave Winfield, and both Dave Winfield and George Steinbrenner had an at times contentious relationship that was patched up later on. What was Dave's thoughts on the passing of George Steinbrenner?
You know, Michael, it was interesting because I told him, I said, you know, maybe your relationship with him best embodies what George Steinbrenner is all about. And he kind of smiled and shook his head and he said, look, I've seen the nice, I've seen the nasty, I've seen the good, I've seen the bad. And he goes, there was a time there when I said, never, never, ever again will I have anything to do with him or the Yankees. And I said, what changed? And he said, well, I think this is his opinion, Dave Winfield's opinion, that, you know, when he was left out of baseball by then Commissioner Fay Vincent, kicked out, when he came back, maybe there was some perspective there that he could begin to trust people. And you know, when somebody is named the boss, they want to do things their way, and it's hard to maybe let go. And Dave Winfield said to me that maybe he thinks that was a changing point where he learned to trust himself, to trust the people that he had put in place to build a champion, that they had the same work ethic. I asked him, is that sort of perspective that he had something that helped mend the fence with you, because you had to be on board with it as well. You had to forgive and forget. And he said, I think it happened from both sides. And he said, I'm so glad it did, because I am so glad to be part of the Yankee family once again.
Bob, we heard Alex Rodriguez talk about receiving a handwritten note from Mr. Steinbrenner. We heard Joe Girardi talking about how he was fearful about walking his little dog on the Yankee Stadium grass. And I wondered if there were any other stray anecdotes like that, things you heard from people today that sort of showed the human side of Mr. Steinbrenner.
Well, I think it was when I interviewed Fox broadcaster Tim McCarver, who, as we know, is a former Yankees broadcaster, and he related a story back when he was doing games for Fox 5 at the time with Bobby Mercer. And he said at one point, this is what he heard, that Mr. Steinbrenner didn't like something he was saying, so at one point he told somebody in a clubhouse, turn that guy off, I don't want to hear him. And then about 2 minutes later he said, hey, turn that up, I want to hear what he had to say. And he got a kick out of that because it was, he said in his opinion, that was kind of George right to the end. You know, he didn't want to hear what somebody had to say in one way, but on the other hand, he wanted to hear, and he wanted to be a part of it. And I guess what I gathered from that and what he thought is, even though he was that guy, he was the taskmaster, he was tough, he was the boss and bossing people around and telling them what to do. He said people, and it's not publicized nearly as much, should never forget the charitable side and the human side and the things that he did. The things that he said will far outlive everything he did to this point. There'll be a lot of things down the line that people will remember and will have George Steinbrenner's name and stamp on it. Now, and Michael, let me get it back to you on that note.
You also spoke to Yankee manager and American League manager Joe Girardi, Bob. So let's listen to that. And what did he have to say?
Well,
Mr. Steinbrenner meant so much to this organization and the city of New York, but more than that, he meant so much to all of us personally and what he did for our lives and the type of man that he was. And it's hard. It's a sad day.
Did your perspective change when you became manager of this team as opposed to a player? Because you've kind of seen it from all angles.
Not a whole lot. You know, what I always saw from Mr. Steinbrenner is you had this vision of what he was like, that he was very tough and that he demanded a lot. But you know what? We demand a lot from ourselves. But the one thing that was never talked about was how giving he was, how he truly cared about people, how if they were on hard times, he wanted to change their lives and reach out and help them. And that's the man that I really remember.
But to me, doesn't that say a lot? Because when a person does that and it's unpublicized, it's a lot different than if he were to run around and saying, hey, look what I'm doing. He didn't do that, so the thing that made the front pages was the negative stuff.
Yeah, he never looked for the headlines, the positive. I mean, he didn't really care. His concern was to help people out, how instrumental he's been in the Boys and Girls Clubs and the policemen that have fallen in Tampa, the area, the scholarships that he's given, and just everything that he's done. He's not looking for a pat on the back. That's not who he was. He just wanted to help.
You know, one thing I got in listening to Joe Girardi there and in talking to him was, if nothing else, George Steinbrenner was so consistent. He had the unerring will to win, but on the flip side, the human side, the unerring capacity to want to help people, to make people better. It wasn't just about making his team better, which he wanted to do for the fans, for the people. It was about being charitable and making the society better and things better and people's lives better. And I think that's what I take about it. People can love him, people can hate him, but he was unerringly consistent in what he wanted to do and what he wanted to accomplish and the positive impact that he wanted to have both on the field and in people's lives.
Bob, we thank you so much. We're going to hear from you a little bit later on, but we appreciate your time so far today.
Okay, Michael, Jack, thank you.
All right. Still ahead on George Steinbrenner Remembered, we'll go out to Yankee Stadium, a monument to all the success that Steinbrenner had for the fans' perspective on this sad day.
A lot of ways for the game. So I give him all the credit in the world. He's obviously done a lot of things in the game. But he was amazing. He really was. He demanded excellence every day. And he was not, somebody who wasn't going to be down in the trenches with you working as hard as you were. So he was a great example for us as well.
You said it took a lot of guts for him to hire you at that age. What do you think he saw in you?
Well, I think he had heard, about me. I think, my reputation was pretty good at the time, and I think he had talked to Jerry Reinsdorf possibly, or knew that Jerry had hired me. So I think, having heard some of the things, heard some of the stories, my reputation, etc., I think he was definitely willing to step out on that ledge and give somebody, who you think earned the opportunity, the actual opportunity itself.
Okay, getting hired is one thing, but now you're in. Now you have to go to work for the man. What's it like being in an organization led by George Steinbrenner?
Well, I think everybody across the board will tell you that he's a tough guy. But, that's the thing that you understand about him is that every day he came to the park or he came to the office, and that was his number one goal for the day, was to win. And I think when you look at it in that way, there were a lot of things that he did that were probably unorthodox, or maybe ways that he treated people that you'd want him to treat people a little bit better. But when you looked at it, it was just that drive that made him behave the way he did. And I think once you pulled back some of the layers, I think everyone appreciated that. And especially the years that I was there, 98 through 01, we were winning. Gosh, there were months that we were 22-5, 23-5, and it just seemed like you were winning every day. But you knew that was a lot of that was because he was behind us, pushing us and driving us.
And his passing marks the end of an era. Few owners in the history of sports have ever been as driven to win as much as Steinbrenner was. Upon taking control of the team, he quickly reestablished the Yankees as a championship club, and then he built them into a worldwide sports empire. Steinbrenner was one of the most influential figures in the history of sports, and there was only one way that he achieved all that success: his own way. Our Bob Lorenz has more now on that unforgettable legacy that Steinbrenner leaves behind.
It was quite simply one of the biggest steals in sports history.
The group that gets behind the Yankees at this point have the wherewithal and the interest to get the kind of job done that the sports writers, that the fans, that the city and the media in New York deserve.
1973. It was 3 days old when the New York Yankees introduced their new ownership group. At the forefront, the most unlikely of individuals, a shipping baron from Cleveland, a man with no apparent ties to New York City or New York sports.
When he bought them, I don't think anybody knew a lot about George either way. They just knew that he stole the Yankees for $10 million from CBS.
George Steinbrenner and his gang of 15 inherited a team that was merely a shell of the franchise that had dominated the sport for over a half-century. The Bronx Bombers hadn't won a pennant since 1964. They were on the verge of irrelevancy in a city energized by the baseball being played in Queens.
The team was really in the doldrums. So what George did was make a business decision that he was going to buy at the bottom and move it to the top.
George Steinbrenner, in my mind, saved the franchise.
Man wants to win, and I respect him for that. Who the hell wants to be a loser?
The boss was born on America's birthday, July 4th, 1930, in Rocky River, Ohio. Herbert Hoover was navigating the nation through its depression, and Connie Mack's Philadelphia Athletics were baseball's champions. For the son of a shipping tycoon, his passion was sports and the structure organized athletics provided.
From a very young age, George wanted to be perfect at everything he did. Very competitive young man.
After serving in the Air Force, Steinbrenner combined his infatuation for sports and his need for structure as an assistant football coach, first at Northwestern and then at Purdue. Ultimately, he joined the family business, the American Shipbuilding Company, where he amassed enough money for his first foray as a sports owner. In 1961, he bought into the upstart American Basketball League, purchasing the Cleveland Pipers. 12 years later, at 42 years old, Steinbrenner ascended to the podium in New York and stepped into a glare that would shine for the rest of his life. He was brash and demanding, but focused, determined to reverse the fortunes of his sagging franchise, and his timing couldn't have been better.
Well, it seemed like a perfect storm, an excellent confluence of events. Steinbrenner bought the team. He had an insatiable desire to win, and he went out and bought players. And that's what the Yankees needed. And all of a sudden, you have an owner who's willing to spend, and it all happened at the perfect time. And I think it turned baseball on its ear.
When he, for example, signed Reggie Jackson, just the idea that an owner would go and sit in the lobby of a hotel on Thanksgiving and wait for Reggie Jackson is remarkable.
Armed with money, a will to win, and the most effective weapon, free agency, it took Steinbrenner only 4 seasons to bring an American League pennant back to the Bronx and 5 to win a World Series. It had taken 15 years, but by 1977, the Yankees were back on top of the baseball world. The next season, another championship team. The buzz returned to the Bronx. The Yankees were back. In his first 6 seasons, his team won 3 pennants and 2 World Series. His style was abrasive, yet effective, and the Yankees owner was establishing another identity, an identity he never relinquished, the boss.
He was a more than demanding and meddling owner, and people had a hard time working for him and satisfying him.
There's accountability when you play here. If this isn't a country club, this is a job. And if you can't do your job, Mr. Steinbrenner is going to get somebody else who can. And that's a player, that's a coach, that's a broadcaster, that's a reporter.
If you take a job with the Yankees, and if you're a player, you have to win. If you take a job in the front office with the Yankees, you have to work 24 hours a day. They just do not want to suffer the wrath of George Steinbrenner.
No one suffered that wrath more than his managers. In Steinbrenner's first 24 seasons as owner, he made 20 managerial changes. His relationship with Billy Martin was tempestuous, having hired him 5 times and fired him 5 times. The turmoil off the field in the Bronx ultimately caught up with the product on it. The Yankees struggled throughout the 1980s. It was the first decade in 7 that the franchise failed to win a World Series.
With some of his tyrannical outbursts, the Yankees were not a desirable team to play for.
The instability of the 80s hurt, and George Steinbrenner's unquenchable desire to win forced him to do things to go out and get the player and spend the money. And I don't think that at that time that the players that they got really fit.
The bottom for the boss was soon to follow. The new decade of the 90s began as cruelly as the last. In 1990, the Yankees lost 95 games, the most for the franchise since 1912. And Steinbrenner, for his dealings with a known gambler, was suspended from baseball, the boss's second suspension from the game. Steinbrenner relinquished control. He had no choice. Wisely, he turned to his baseball people to rebuild the club in his absence.
What really put the Yankees back over the top is when George began to take advice from some people that really knew baseball.
I know that what changed was Gene Michael and Buck Showalter. Gene Michael was making all the right moves, evaluating players the right way, bringing in good guys, weeding out the jerks, and you could really see it start at the turn.
When Steinbrenner returned to baseball in 1992, his franchise had turned a corner. A combination of youth and savvy trades led the Yankees back to the playoffs in 1995. A season later, with Joe Torre at the helm, they completed their ascent.
The Yankees are champions of baseball!
Their world championship in 1996 only seemed to fuel George's desire to win. He refused complacency and demanded more. Steinbrenner continued to pour money back into the franchise at a record pace, striving to build the next world champion, thirsting for the next ring. The persistence paid off. Beginning in 1996, the Yankees won the Fall Classic 4 times in 5 seasons. George had more than a championship team. He had a dynasty.
The New York Yankees are once again world champions.
There's other teams that make money in baseball. George puts the money back into the product. He understands that getting the best players in the world to play for the Yankees will help his team win. And you know what? You got to give him a lot of credit for that.
It's not like other owners who has taken the profits from this team and bought a boat or bought a plane. George Steinbrenner put it back into the team, and it's something you just don't see from other owners. He turned a bad team into the biggest corporation and the biggest money-making ball club in the history of sports.
By the first decade of the new century, as Steinbrenner passed the 30-year mark steering the Yankee ship, his franchise became the most profitable in sports. Its value, over $1 billion. But money wasn't the only transformation to Steinbrenner's life. His image underwent a stunning rebirth. He was portrayed on the hit television series Seinfeld in a quirky, lovable manner. And in a game littered with owners who seemed content to make excuses rather than write checks, George Steinbrenner was a fan's dream, earning the respect and the love of the Yankee faithful.
He had an unbelievable desire to win. The fact that he loved this franchise and took it a step further, he brought it back to dominance. He made it a dynasty again.
I think the fans in New York should be very, very thankful that George is here.
For a fan, there's no better owner in the world of sports than George Steinbrenner, because all a fan wants is for his team to win, and all George Steinbrenner wants is for his team to win. That's a perfect marriage. Major League Baseball Commissioner Bud Selig said this about the passing of his friend. On behalf of baseball, I am very saddened by the passing this morning of George Steinbrenner. George was a giant of the game, and his devotion to baseball was surpassed only by his devotion to his family and his beloved New York Yankees. Our friendship was built on loyalty and trust, and it never wavered. We were allies and friends in the truest sense of the words. Michael Bloomberg, New York City's mayor. Our hearts and prayers go out to the entire Steinbrenner family. This is a sad day not only for Yankee fans, but for our entire city, as few people have had a bigger impact on New York over the past 4 decades than George Steinbrenner. We will be lowering the flags in City Hall Plaza today in honor of his achievements. George was a larger-than-life New York figure whose passion and drive to succeed will forever be missed. And this from former Yankee manager Joe Torre. I will always remember George Steinbrenner as a passionate man, a tough boss, a true visionary, a great humanitarian, and a dear friend. I will be forever grateful that he trusted me with his Yankees for 12 years. My heart goes out to his entire family. He will be deeply missed in New York, Tampa, and throughout the world of baseball. It's only fitting that he went out as a world champ. Jack, that combination of Joe Torre and George Steinbrenner teamed up together to revitalize the Yankees and to get them 4 championships. It was a very good combination. Had a bad parting at the end, but for many, many years it worked well.
It definitely did, and I remember an anecdote that Joe Torre has talked about a lot. 1996 World Series, Yankees lose Game 1. George Steinbrenner comes into his office before Game 2 and says, "You guys better win tonight." And Greg Maddux was pitching for the Braves, and Torre said, "I'm not sure we're going to win, George." And George said, "What do you mean you don't think you're going to win?" He said, "I think we're going to lose tonight, but Atlanta's my former town. I used to manage there. We're going to go and sweep the Braves there, and then we'll come back here and win it in Game 6. And fortunately for Torre, it did work out.
One of the things I thought that was a great working part of that relationship is that most managers cowered in fear of that phone call from George Steinbrenner. When the Yankees were doing poorly under Joe Torre, he made that phone call to George Steinbrenner, almost preempted the bad phone call and said, "Can you believe the way we're playing?" And I think the two of them liked each other's company, especially at the beginning.
I think that's a tremendous point, Michael. You covered more Yankee managers than I did, but I remember a few Yankee managers before Joe Torre who had that same fear that you talked about, worried that after a 3 or a 4 game losing streak that they were going to receive that call. Joe Torre would place the call to Mr. Steinbrenner, and they'd probably end up talking about horse racing because that was a similarity that they had. They both had a love of horse racing.
And I think that's the one thing that really changed about George Steinbrenner as the years went on. You heard that stat, 20 managerial changes in the first 24 years. I think it started to settle down with Buck Showalter, then the 12 years with Joe Torre, and now with Joe Girardi. I think there was a stability there, and baseball needs a stability. You didn't need the constant change, and I think that George Steinbrenner learned that as time went on.
Absolutely. It was an important part of why the Yankees became so successful. We heard Joe Girardi make reference to that stat earlier in his press conference and make a little joke wondering if he might have been around if he had been a manager earlier in Yankee history. But yes, I think George Steinbrenner figured out towards the end that having that stability and a guy like Brian Cashman, who's been the general manager for a long time, really was important for the team.
Well, coming up, we'll hear from two people who saw it all when it came to the boss, John Sterling and Susan Waldman. George Steinbrenner Remembered continues after this on
Really appreciate your thoughts here, and thanks for joining us.
Well, there's no question. He made the biggest part of my baseball career possible, so thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. Joe Torre, the Yankee manager, now current Dodger manager, who had won 4 World Series and took the Yankees to 2 others in 2001 and 2003. When we come back, we'll look at the National League. And
we're back once more on George Steinbrenner Remembered. Well, you know that guy is my good buddy John Sterling, the radio voice of the New York Yankees, and will be joined momentarily by his partner Susan Waldman on WCBS Radio. John, you started with the Yankees many, many years ago. I think it's 23 now?
Yeah, 22.
22. So, but you knew George Steinbrenner even before you became the Yankee broadcaster. You were a radio talk show host when he bought the Yankees.
Yes, and I never expected what happened to happen. You know, the Yankees were really in the doldrums then. There was so much in the doldrums that the radio station that I was on, that they were on, shared costs and profits. You should only know what CBS pays for their rights now. And when I joined the Yankees in '89, I was going down the elevator in the Spring Training Hotel. George got on. We're the only two in the elevator. And he said, "You know, John, I always liked you, and I'm really glad you're with us." And that was really basically the relationship we had. He was really great to me.
Now, you tell a great story. I didn't even know this story until I read it in a book recently. But the Yankees lost that heartbreaking series against Seattle in 1995, and George Steinbrenner was quite upset. And you were standing next to him in the clubhouse. And what took place then?
Well, actually, what happened, if you recall, for some reason the buses were in center field behind the fences, and you had to walk through the outfield. So I came out of the dugout. He was standing in front of the dugout, and he was not looking very happy. That was that series, the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. And I walked past him. I said, "Well, that was really tough or something." And he said, "There'll be some changes made." He said, "Not you and Michael. You guys are great." You know? So the best I ever had, though, was in my second year in '90. He and the general manager, whoever it was at that time, were getting killed on the talk shows and the newspapers. And I went on the air during a game on a Sunday afternoon, and I said, I don't know why they're knocking the owner and the general manager. They don't knock the players. They're the ones who are losing. They're the ones who can't play. So a few nights later, we're in Milwaukee in that old ballpark, and it's raining, and we throw it back to the station. There's a rain delay. And I just walked around to fill time. And I walked past a booth, you know, along the girders, the walkways there in that old ballpark, and George was there. And he said, "John," he said, "I heard what you said the other day." He said, "and I have veto power." You'll be with the Yankees forever. And if they ever try to change, I will veto every person. Made me feel very good.
Now, your partner on the radio, a good friend of both of ours, is Susan Waltman. And Susan, obviously, you know George as well as anyone, and you actually took part in bringing together George and Yogi Berra, which is really one of the great moments in Yankee history and something that made both George and Yogi happy. Why don't we get into that, Susan? How did that come about?
Well, it came about after a long time. Actually, it was when Yogi Berra was going to open his museum. And Mark Chernoff, the program director of WFAN, called me and said, "You're doing a 3-hour show or a 4-hour show. Yogi's opening a new museum. Wouldn't it be great if George and Yogi got together on our air and made up?" And I said, yeah. And then we planned the show. It was going to be a tribute to the 73 Mets or something. I don't know. But George had called me, and, you know, everybody's telling baseball stories. Except for my family, there is no one more important in my life than George Steinbrenner, and that's just the way it is. And I was talking to George, and I said to myself, okay, let's try it. And I said, George, I want to talk to you about Yogi. And he said, what's wrong? And I said, all right, Suze, go for it. And I said, I think it's time. We're doing this show. I told the whole thing. And he said, yeah, well, I have him come to the stadium sometime. And I said, no, he's not going to come to the stadium. You have to come here. We went back and forth. Now, I had never met Yogi. I met him maybe once at Mel Allen's funeral, but I didn't know Yogi. I just knew George. And George, you know, wanted him to come to the stadium. Everyone had tried it. Everyone had tried, and Yogi would never come. So I talked to George. Meanwhile, Dale Berra was talking to his dad. Dale and I talked to each other, but they never talked to each other. And I talked to George, and finally George said, all right, I'll get on a plane, and I'll come up to the opening of the museum. It'll be good. It'll be fine. What does he want? And I said, he wants you to apologize. And he said, well, for what? And I said, I don't know, George, whatever you did. He wants you to apologize. So George did, and we were not allowed to tell anybody. So if this reunion had not worked, Yogi and I would have been talking about the 73 Mets by ourselves for 3 hours. But we had everything all set just in case it did work. And George got there, and the first thing out of Yogi's mouth was, you're late. And they went in a room, and I hear people yelling. And I'm going, oh, my gosh, oh, my God, my career's over. And then Carmen Berra went in, and all of a sudden they came out arm in arm and laughing, and we went on the air. And the great thing, guys, about what this night was, since we weren't allowed to tell anybody, as we were on the air, people started coming in. They were running from trains. They were running in sweatsuits from the gym because they heard the two of them talking to each other. And from an empty museum at 6 o'clock, by 6:30, the place was standing room only. It was an amazing night.
Susan, tell me about your relationship with George. Where did it start? Because he was fiercely loyal and he considered you a friend. Where did that friendship start?
It started in 1987 or 88, and you remember those days when I was not included in any of the beat writers' luncheons. Remember, used to take all you guys out during the winter? Mm-hmm. And one time he took you to 21. And I called Harvey Green, the PR guy, and I said, why can't I go? I'm a beat person. And he said, no, it's just for the guys. And I wrote him a letter, and I sent it FedEx, and I looked up what my spots at 5:05 on WFAN were selling for and how many people listened at 5:05. And what I said was, my spots sell for this, and more people listen to me on WFAN at 5:05 than read every single paper in the tri-state area. And I'm coming to Tampa next week. I was going to a spa, but I didn't tell him that. I am going to Tampa next week, and I demand an interview. And when I got to my hotel room, the spa room, the light was on, and I called back, and his secretary said, first, I've taken your letter, and I've showed it to everybody in the building, every woman in the building, and Mr. Steinbrenner will see you at 9 o'clock.
And the rest, they say, is history. Now,
Yeah.
John, both you and Susan realize this. You know the charitable side of George Steinbrenner. You've experienced that. Tell me some of the things that you've heard.
Well, the one story that I remember, I know 1,000 of them, and we don't have time. But I was having drinks with a Yankee coach years ago in the 90s, and we both, in effect, said to each other, no, I really like George. I mean, George really treats me great. And we both said that to each other, that we both really liked him. And then he told me the story that his wife was very ill with cancer. And it's tough for me to tell the story without thinking about it and choking up. And he went to this coach, and he said to him, "You just go home and take care of your wife. I'll take care of everything else." You know, meaning the bills, the job, the hospitals, and you know, you've heard that story about George 1,000 times. That's one of them.
Now, Susan, you have stories like that as well, because
well,
as I mentioned, you know George as well as anybody.
There's a couple that come to mind, and one is I know that you know that every year for about 15 years there has been a Tomorrow's Children Fund, a child with a father that comes on a road trip. And that started many, many years ago. I went to George and I said, can we put a package together and sell it for Tomorrow's Children's Fund? And George said, yeah, we can. I don't want any Wall Street people. I don't want two guys there. I want a child and a father. And then he said, or a child and a mother. And I want them to do that. I want a little child. And if it's not enough money, if it's not more than $5,000, I'll buy it myself and give it to the child. So it was sold for $20,000, and George was so happy when this little kid who was fighting leukemia came on the bus with his father. And we've done that every year, and that started then. There's one other thing that a lot of people don't know, and I didn't know this until I think '89. Tony Fawcett, the left-handed relief pitcher, when he was with the Red Sox, came up to me and he said, you know, I went to the University of South Florida. I think George paid for my education. Can you find out? I can't. They won't tell me. And George did this. He put athletes through school. If they would stay in school, he didn't want anybody to know. And so I went to George and I asked him, and he said, well, I'm not talking about that. And I said, the man wants to write you a thank you note. And he did. Hundreds and hundreds of people went to college and don't know that George Steinbrenner put them through college.
Susan, make me laugh. Tell me something that would make us laugh about George Steinbrenner.
Well, there was the time on the plane when John and I were in the wrong seats, and he made me cry. And he told me he was going to kick me off the plane because I was sitting in the wrong seat, and John was sitting in the wrong seat, but John was reading, and he didn't hear George yell. And then there was the time we went to the White House, and he was mad because they didn't have a place to hang up his suit jacket on the plane, and he started screaming. And Bill Clinton had given me presidential M&Ms. And I said, George, have some presidential M&Ms. It'll make everything all better. And he started laughing. And, you know, he was a very mercurial man, and we've all been on the other side of those angry phone calls. But he will never be replaced, ever.
John, I remember a story when we were in the White House and George Bush was welcoming the Yankees in. And George Steinbrenner interrupted the president. And George Bush said only George Steinbrenner would feel that he can interrupt the president at the Oval Office.
That's true. That's true. You know, baseball, unfortunately, he can't smell the roses. Should be in the Hall of Fame. Look what he's done for baseball. Under his aegis, baseball's become a $6.5 billion business. It is a business, but he really made it a business. And his philosophy, spend money to make money, has worked with the Yankees. Look what's happened to the Yankees since Susan and you and I all started. It's really amazing.
What, John? And as you were talking, it just reminded me of the day in spring training when Eddie Einhorn, one of the owners of the Chicago White Sox, came into our booth and was on the air. And one of the things Eddie said, and he and George were very good friends, every owner in baseball should get down on their knees and thank George Steinbrenner for what he did to the game of baseball, because they're all billionaires because of George.
Well, it's absolutely true.
Well, let me ask you this very quickly. How do you think he's going to be remembered, John?
Oh, I think he's going to be remembered for all these things, for the Billy battles and for his mercurial nature and for his tremendous gifts to humanity. He really was a humanitarian, just did it in his own way. And then Yankee Stadium, the new Yankee Stadium, that's not going anywhere. The Yes Network, that's not going anywhere. So he's going to be remembered for all of that and more.
And Susan, obviously, again, you know him as well as any of us, maybe more so. Give me your final thoughts on George Steinbrenner.
It's somebody that can never be replaced, and you can tell all these wonderful stories about the game, but the personal relationships are what I will remember. And yes, I've been yelled at and hung up on and all those things, but he will be remembered to me as the greatest owner in the history of sports, and somebody that will be my friend forever.
Well, Susan, we thank you so much. John, thank you as well for coming
Great working with you again.
Yes, it's nice seeing you again.
Isn't it fun that the three of us are on together?
It is nice. And we'll see each other on Friday, the first game back at the stadium. We've got so much more to come as George Steinbrenner, remember, continues here on Yes.
In United States sports. So he really had it right. He was a great guy, a warm guy, and he had a tremendous heart.
You guys would get together, hang out. Who picked up the tab, Donald? I know you
Well,
both
I'd always
like
like to have him pick up. By the way, he was very generous. I mean, he was not a guy that wouldn't pick up the tab. We would fight over the tab, but this was not. We have plenty of guys that don't like picking up tabs. You know that. He was not one that would shy away from picking it up. But he was a wonderful guy. He was a really wonderful friend and a very loyal friend.
All right, let me ask you this, since both of you have had some experience at this. Who fires better? Who fired better, you or George Steinbrenner?
Well, that's a question that I have not been asked. I haven't even thought of it. But maybe somewhere down the line, deep down the line, I got the idea from George. I watched him very early on, and he was pretty good at that. But, you know, he had his reasons, and ultimately he turned out to be right.
Oh, Donald Trump, you're friends with George Steinbrenner for years. We appreciate you sharing your memories and joining us here on SportsCenter, Donald. Thank you.
Great honor.
There are those similarities.
Yeah, there
You're
are.
Fired when you look back now at the days of George Steinbrenner, especially in the 1970s. Again, bought the Yankees with a group, amid that group in 1973 from CBS for $8.7 million. In his time, the Yankees have the highest win percentage in most World Series championships as well. Let's go back out to Anaheim. Again, one of the things George Steinbrenner did was name a new Yankee captain. There haven't been many through the decades. One, though, is Derek Jeter. He's with our own Carl Ravitch in Anaheim.
Coverage of the 2010 All-Star Game continues. You take a shot at the very familiar number 2, Derek Jeter, there in the batting cage, and now seen with Miguel Cabrera, and of course enjoying the day with the rest of the American League All-Stars. Kind enough to join us here on our set. This is your 12th All-Star appearance, DJ, and this is your first now going to be without the owner, George Steinbrenner. Have you thought about that? How much have you thought about it?
Well, it's been a rough morning.
Yeah.
You know, I woke up and had a bunch of messages saying, unfortunately, what happened, and I was in shock, just as everyone was.
How ill had he been? And to say that you were in shock would imply that you had never expected something like this quickly.
Well, I mean, the boss is the boss. You always assume he's going to be there, you know what I mean? So, you know, I hadn't seen him since opening day when we got a chance to give him his ring from last season. Right. And I'm going to Tampa tonight. I was planning on trying to get a hold of him the next couple of days when I was down there, but unfortunately, I'm a little late.
You know, we have seen and heard Alex Rodriguez mention little notes. Even Bobby Valentine said that the boss would send little notes. Have you been a receiver of these notes?
No question. Me and the boss had a great relationship. I've known him since I was 18 years old. You know, we were more friends than anything. I mean, I respected the fact that he was the owner, but, you know, we had a relationship where I'd see him a lot in the offseason. We have some bets on some Michigan-Ohio State football games, and he's a great man to be around.
You're easy to like. What do you think that allowed you to be his friend? What are some of the characteristics he respected in people?
I don't know. I think, you know, when I came up, like I said, since I was 18 years old, the boss preaches all we care about is winning. And, you know, the season's a failure unless you win. And that's the same way I felt about it.
I know you said that recently when this whole Cliff Lee thing was going on, what has allowed you 4 guys to stay together? And you said, we never wanted to be traded.
And we always wanted to be here. And we definitely owe a lot to the boss for keeping us here. You know, he was a stickler for, if you win, we'll keep you together. And if not, we got to make some changes. So we were fortunate to win a lot early on, and he gave us the opportunity to play with the Yankees our entire careers.
Hey, Derek, we're missing an icon in American sports. His personality was bigger than life. How has it impacted you and your career, your life?
Well, I think, you know, sort of like you say, everyone sees him as being this real vocal owner. And, you know, I got an opportunity to get to know him as a person. You get to know him as a person, what he did in the community, not only in New York, but Tampa, all around the world. He did a lot of things he never got credit for and didn't want credit for.
I wanted to ask you about that, the contrast.
And, you know, those are the things that I'll remember the most.
Yeah, I wanted to say that so many people today, they talk about contrasts and the good and the bad. And everybody says but give me something where he was tough and then something that he did that no one knows about.
tough. Everyone knows how tough he was. You know, he'd get on, you know as well as anyone. He'll get on his players. You know, everyone's been the recipient of that. But you understood where it came from. You know, he wanted to win, and that's the only thing. He expected perfection. And the good is, you know, the way he took care of players, even if they played for a week with the Yankee organization, he'd bring them back. Old Timers Day was big with the Yankee organization, bringing back the greats to spring training. You know, he always looked after his former players.
Famous for the credit card commercials and whatnot. How long did it take you to be yourself around him, or was it instant, where you could joke with him and you knew what you could kind of get away with?
It was pretty instant. You know, I was, we won when I was young.
That helped.
So, yeah, it helps a lot. You can joke around with him a lot when you win.
Right.
But he always went out of his way to be very kind to me from the first day I signed with the organization, and you know, the friendship grew from there.
You know, that level of accountability, whether it be yourself or Rodriguez, Buck Showalter tells stories, is that he'll let you know what he expects from you. When you didn't win, how soon would you hear from him, and what would he say?
Pretty much the first time I'd see him after that. You know, he'd come in and he'd be disappointed. He'd look you up and down.
You'd know.
You'd know. He didn't have to say too much, just the way he looked at you. But you appreciated that. I would never want to play for an owner or ownership that didn't expect to win.
Bob Shepard, of course, recently passed away, and I know that you're going to hear his voice tonight when your name is announced. And given the Steinbrenner passing, how are you going to deal with all these emotions?
It's been a rough few days for the Yankee organization. You know, Bob Shepard, I had the idea about 4 or 5 years ago. He had missed a couple games, and it just didn't sound right when he wasn't there. So I had him tape his voice, and I said, every time I come to the plate, for as long as I'm playing, I want to hear his voice. And, you know, it's great that we're going to honor him tonight with the same thing.
I have one more thing. You made 12 All-Star games. Is there motivation to always come back here?
No question. Anybody that tells you that they don't look forward to an All-Star game is lying to you.
Yeah.
Because it is an honor, and you appreciate it. You don't know when you're going to have that opportunity again. I've had fun at every one I've been to, and hopefully we can have fun tonight.
You always wanted to be a Yankee forever. Was part of that because of who owned the team, or is it because of the uniform you wear? And moving forward, has it changed at all?
I think they go hand in hand. You know, you talk about the Yankee organization, the boss's name comes up there right with the players. And, you know, this is the organization I've always wanted to play for, and nothing has changed.
You think that building reminds you of him every time you walk into it?
Yeah, we wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the boss. You know, what he's been able to do. He wanted to build that stadium for the fans, and, you know, it's second to none.
Last thing, any way you think they should honor George Steinbrenner, because he made a major impact on our society.
Yeah, maybe they put everybody in a Yankee uniform tonight. That'd be nice, right?
I'm sure there'll be a lot of Yankee fans, a lot of Steinbrenner fans, and I can't imagine what you're going to be thinking about when you hear that announcement and you walk into that box. Good luck with those emotions.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for being with us.
No problem.
Derek Jeter. So that's Jeter.
And, you know, when he would answer the phone, I mean, I would answer the phone, there wasn't a hello and there wasn't a goodbye. It makes you point and get off. This guy was all business. It wasn't about a lot of sugarcoating, and there's a part of you that really liked that. I remember the first time he called me stubborn, and I wanted to say, and you are, but I never did. You know, you just kind of took it, and you realize, hey, he's frustrated with the way we're playing. Guess what? I am too. It's going to get better.
Buck, you mentioned how he sent you a letter after you left the Yankees and moved on to the Diamondbacks, but there's a story about how after he had already hired Joe Torre that he came a-calling, he came a-knocking again. And how bizarre was that for you that after he had already hired Joe Torre that he came and made a call on you and wanted to talk to you again?
Well, Jack, I'm not going to go into the details of all that and exactly what went down, but, you know, it didn't leave a good taste in his mouth. I think he knew how much it broke my heart to have to leave the Yankees because of the way things were presented to me with the coaching staff, and it had nothing to do with contractual stuff. And I don't think he felt comfortable with the way things had left it. I think he had a real conscience. I think a lot of people miss that about Mr. Steinbrenner was a conscience he had and trying to make things right after the fact. And I think a lot of people miss that about him.
Now, Buck, obviously you went on to manage the Diamondbacks and then the Texas Rangers, and you've been in baseball a long time now with ESPN. I know, though, that inside your heart that the Yankees still live. Was it because of what George Steinbrenner had built? I mean, do you tie it to that and the respect and the class he tried to emanate with the organization?
Well, Mike, I'm not one of those guys that forgets everything. That there were some bumps along the way, and to be up on top of the mountain all the way back to the bottom and then climb back up again. And a lot of people forget when we were doing it, Gene and I and all the people that helped us, it was without a big payroll, and it wasn't with a lot of big money, and we had to go with a certain system and trying to get him to believe in that. And looking at the look on his face when he came back from his suspension, you realize how much it hurt him to be away from the Yankees and being away from the game. And it was special to be able to deliver something to him that meant so much, and realize in those 5 games in Seattle how quickly that great feeling he had went away, and let's get working on getting back here again. I mean, believe me, this wasn't a guy that dawdled around in successes.
Well, Buck, we thank you for coming on with us and sharing some of your thoughts and memories of George Steinbrenner. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me, Mike. You and Jack take care.
All right, that's Buck Showalter, former manager of the New York Yankees. We've got so much more to come here on George Steinbrenner Remembered. Stick around. We'll hear from more people that had a connection to George and played a part in the Yankee life and the life of George Steinbrenner, which ended this morning at the age of 80. Remembered. One of the more amazing happenstances of George Steinbrenner's ownership was the reconciliation with Yogi Berra. We spoke with Susan Waldman moments ago about that, and Yogi Berra and his wife Carmen met with the media today at Yogi's Museum in Montclair, New Jersey.
Well, when he came to the museum, I'm sorry what I did, and I started to cry out when he did that. And it's been a long time, and we become friends.
He said it's the worst mistake I ever made.
Well, he said it's the worst mistake I made in my life. But I said, George, everybody makes mistakes.
Now, everybody said he's wonderful, but people we speak to today said he was a bit crazy as well. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah, a little bit. They don't say that. He wanted the winner, and he got it. And he got the winner. And I think every team tries to get a winner now, especially today. Look how many managers get fired today. And that's in any sport today, it looks like.
Could you describe your reaction today, this morning when you heard the
When I heard that, I said no. I just said no. Couldn't happen. I just talked to them, and he felt real good.
One of the great things is being around Yankee Stadium, and you walk around a corner and you knock into Yogi Berra. It's amazing. Yogi Berra is an iconic figure in this country and this world as well, and I think that was one of the nicest things that has ever happened during the ownership of George Steinbrenner. First, their falling out wasn't that great, but the reconciliation meant both so much to Yogi Berra and to George Steinbrenner. I think they're so thrilled that they patched it up.
Right, as we talked about earlier, Michael, I think that Yogi Berra today feels a lot warmer about George Steinbrenner because he did reconcile with him. He did go back to Yankee Stadium. And you're right, when I see Yogi Berra in the clubhouse at Yankee Stadium, not only does it feel right, to me he also looks like a kid who's at FAO Schwartz. He walks around from player to player. He gets in a couple of comments with a Jeter or a Jorge Posada, and he looks as happy as a 12-year-old kid would look.
And the reconciliation actually led to Yogi Berra Day, which led to one of the greatest moments in Yankee history. Yogi Berra catching the first pitch from Don Larson, handing the glove to Joe Girardi, and that turning into David Cohn's perfect game as well. Just a perfect day at Yankee Stadium.
I know it's a cliche, Michael, but if you had scripted that in a movie, somebody would have handed it back to you and said, no one's going to believe this. This won't happen. It really was an incredible day.
Well, one guy who could speak to that, he was actually there, and that is Paul O'Neill, our colleague at the Yes Network and four-time champion with the New York Yankees. And Paul, talk to us about that day, Yogi Berra Day, when David Cohn went on to pitch the perfect game. What was that like?
Yeah, that was quite a day, as I remember, because, it was weird because Don Larson threw out the first pitch, Yogi caught the first ball, and then Coney ends up throwing a perfect game. And then I had friends from Ohio that day. It was an afternoon game. We ended up at a Springsteen concert that night, so what a day.
And also, people don't realize this or might not remember it, but David Cohn threw 88 pitches that day on the day that Yogi Berra was honored, and his number was number 8. Now, let's talk about George Steinbrenner. And, we've talked to a lot of people today, Paul, and he had his favorites. And I think Gene Michael was a favorite, and then Don Mattingly. And Don Mattingly said that he thought that George's favorite was Paul O'Neill, and he always spoke so highly of you. Why do you think there was that connection between the two of you?
Well, I think that, after I've retired, it's become like a respect thing, and it's really important to me. I mean, it means a lot to me. You kind of shrug it off, and Michael, you make fun of the warrior tag and all those things, and it is embarrassing at times. But I have all the respect in the world for the man. He did absolutely everything he possibly could to help us win. At the time that I was there, we had kind of a little connection because I was a Columbus kid, and he did a lot for Columbus and Ohio State, and I just loved his intensity to win. And the more interviews and the more things I hear today, I'm glad to see the stories coming out that how many things he did behind closed doors to help people. But the thing that the players that played this will remember is his just absolute intensity to win and to stop at nothing to do it.
Paul, David Cohn told us earlier that he used to push Mr. Steinbrenner in your direction in the clubhouse and say, hey, go motivate Paul O'Neill. Go give him some words of wisdom. Do you remember those moments, and do you remember any of the things that Mr. Steinbrenner said to you?
Well, George always had this thing about through big series or big games that, he would come into town, usually in Boston, or if it was a Cleveland, the playoffs, he would come through the locker room, and it wasn't an everyday thing. So when he did come through the locker room, it meant something. It meant that, it was an important time, and it was a big game, and it was kind of a shot of adrenaline. And he would always make eye contact with people, and whether he said something or whether he had to walk by you 2 or 3 different times to make eye contact, he wanted to make sure that you knew he was there. And that usually meant, the importance of that game.
Now, obviously, when somebody has such an insatiable desire to succeed, there's a pressure on the other people that they have to follow suit. Was that pressure ever a negative? Did you ever feel a negative because he wanted to win so much?
I never felt that was, overbearing at all. I always felt like, you feel that same pressure as the 25 people that are in that locker room, because if you fall short in New York, if you don't win the World Series, you've fallen short, and I felt like he felt the same way. So it was like you were on the same page with your owner, and you cannot say that about most owners in sports today. Most owners are run these things like businesses, and obviously George made an unbelievable investment, but he ran this as if he was playing and needed to win and had to win. And I'm glad that the people in New York finally realized what he meant to the legacy of the Yankees.
Paul, I know you said Michael teased you about the Warrior nickname, and sometimes it did seem that Warrior was your middle name, Paul Warrior O'Neill. But what did it really mean to you to have George Steinbrenner bestow that nickname on you?
You know what? If somebody else said it, or, if Michael would have said it or something, you kind of would have joked off, and it never would have been repeated again. But when Mr. Steinbrenner says that about somebody, you do take it as a compliment, and you, like I said, it means much more today than it did when I was playing, and I can look back and know that I had the respect of an owner, a guy that, he truly changed the way teams went about it. I mean, when other teams have tried to upgrade to become competitive, it's always against the Yankees, and that it's a credit to what the organization has done, and the organization starts with the owner, and that's George Steinbrenner.
Now, Paul, I believe the last time that you spoke with Mr. Steinbrenner was at the World Series last year, and I remember you telling me that was special because you always felt when you had played for the Yankees, whether you were a star like you were or you were a utility player, that you were a member of the family. Did you get that sense when you last saw him?
Yeah, it was an unbelievable thing because, here you are in the middle of a World Series. It was actually game 1 at home, and he was in his office or his booth up there eating dinner, and you shook hands and to have the owner say, hey, I wish you were still out there with me tonight. It almost gives you goosebumps because you realize that he still considers you a big part of the organization. And, not a lot of franchises in sports have that feeling that, that certain people or certain teams are remembered. And that's was very important for him to keep on those traditions. And I heard you guys talking with Yogi, and, that's probably the first thing I remember when I was traded. It was going to spring training and seeing Yogi Berra and Mickey Mantle and, just the unbelievable greats, and that was very important for Mr. Steinbrenner to keep that tradition going. And you can't say it enough that he expected a lot out of you. Obviously, he would pay players big sums of money, but you represented the Yankees, and that started first by winning.
Paul, we thank you so much for coming on with us today. I know it's a difficult day for you and your family, and thank you for sharing some of your thoughts about George Steinbrenner.
All right, have a good one.
All right, we'll see you soon. That's Paul O'Neill, our colleague here at the Yes Network, from one right fielder to another. And Reggie Jackson played such an important part in the George Steinbrenner ownership. And Jack, he really put a lot into recruiting Reggie Jackson. And the Yankees didn't even offer the most money to Reggie Jackson, but George said, this is a star, this is a guy. They'd gone to the World Series in '76, and they'd gotten swept by the Cincinnati Reds. This is a guy that's going to put us over the top. A tempestuous relationship, but one that worked for both.
Right. It's interesting, Michael, when you go back to some of those seasons, the Yankees would talk about how after the season was done, they would hold a meeting, and George Steinbrenner's list would usually include, I want this guy, and that guy. In that season, Reggie Jackson was the guy that he wanted. He wanted a star. He wanted a guy who could hit home runs, and as George would say, a guy who could put fannies in the seats.
Now, one of the first interviews that was ever done for the Yes Network was conducted by Susan Waldman when she sat down with George Steinbrenner, and the thing they talked about a lot was Reggie Jackson.
Reggie Jackson, it's a great story Reggie tells about you sitting in the lobby of a hotel or meeting him in a hotel to get him. When he became a free agent, what did you know about Reggie, and why did you want to go get him, and what did you do to make it happen?
I knew one thing about him: winner. That's all I cared about. Wherever he was, he won. He is a winner then, he still is now. And so what I did, it was Thanksgiving, and I was at Culver for Thanksgiving visiting my kids. And so I flew into Chicago, hired a little plane, flew into Chicago, waited, went into the lobby. I can remember Hank Peters, all the general managers were there, no other owners. And we came into the hotel there at O'Hare. I can remember sitting downstairs, and they'd call each person, and they called me. He had a good agent. I liked him very much. But who did not fly, who had to come in by bus. It was a tremendous guy. And so I went up, I made my pitch to Reggie, and then instead of leaving, I went downstairs and sat in the lobby for about 7 hours. I'd see each guy go up, and then each guy leave, each guy go up, each guy leave. Reggie came down, and there I was still sitting there. And he said, what are you still here for? I said, I'm still here because you're still up there, and I don't want anybody to have the last word. And so he said, okay, and then we made the deal.
Reggie always says that you told him once that letting him go was the only mistake you've ever made.
It was, but I was misled within baseball's halls, and we had a straw vote, which I didn't quite understand straw votes at the time, but it was a straw vote that you shouldn't sign a certain player longer than 1 year when he got to a certain age. 1 year contract, 2 at the most, never 3. So we had a vote, and everybody voted in favor of it, and I thought that was pretty binding. So when Reggie came in and wanted the extra year, I wouldn't go it, because everybody that was in that room voted no. Then doesn't one guy that was in that room turned around and signed him, and he lied about it, but I was honest, and I went along with what I committed to, and that was one of the worst mistakes I ever made.
Does it make you feel good that Reggie considers himself a Yankee? Everyone in this world considers Reggie?
It sure does, yes, it sure does. The fact that he was as great as he was for as many teams as he was, and I've often said there isn't enough mustard in the world to cover him because he is absolutely the biggest hot dog. But he is a winner. He was the first time I saw him against us, and he was when he was with us. I never forget that game when he hit the 3 home runs. Jesus, and I'd been through a real year between he and Billy, Billy and he. George hates Billy, Billy hates George, Reggie doesn't like George, Reggie doesn't like Billy. Back and forth was a headline every day. And that scene in Boston, that was unbelievable. But when he hit those 3 home runs and he ran around that second base and he looked like this, I know he was probably pointing up to God, but I always thought, well, maybe he's pointing at me because I was sitting up there. But his father was a great guy, great family. Great man. Every time I had trouble with Reggie and I'd call his dad. I'd say, we got a little problem. And he said, I'll take care of it.
Well, Reggie Jackson is in Anaheim for the All-Star game, but he has not been able to talk to any of the assembled media because he is simply too distraught over the passing of George Steinbrenner. Coming up on George Steinbrenner Remembered here on the Yes Network, he's more than an iconic figure in sports. He's an iconic figure in the world of entertainment, and we explore that side of the life of George Steinbrenner when we return right here on the Yes Network.
Steinbrenner had been in failing health, had turned over the operations to his sons. What is the sense of loss there today?
Well, the announcement of his death is about 12 hours old here in his hometown, and there's still a palpable sense of sadness. George Steinbrenner moved here about 35 years ago and quickly became a philanthropic icon in this community. The Boys and Girls Club, the service members at nearby MacDill Air Force Base, Little Leagues, George M. Steinbrenner High School nearby, all benefited from his generosity. While he was known in New York as the bombastic boss of the Yankees, here he was known as the billionaire with the big heart.
You know, when our middle school athletic programs were on their last lifeline, he stepped in and contributed and resurrected them. When he heard of the problems or issues out there, he came in and solved them. There was no problem too big or too small. When he heard of it, he came in and found a solution. He was our community's guardian angel, and for that we'll be forever grateful.
Now, Jay, Tampa Mayor Pam Iorio said earlier, our community has lost a grand and generous person who made differences in ways large and small. Funeral arrangements are still pending. I talked a little while ago on the phone to his good friend Tom McEwen, the former sports editor of the Tampa Tribune, and I asked Tom, where would George be buried? And he said, anywhere George wants to be buried, which seems fitting.
All right, Sal Paolantonio in Tampa. Thank you, Sal. Thank you much.
100 times, and I still laugh when I see it. And when it ends with Mr. Steinbrenner dancing, I mean, you just have to chuckle. Derek Jeter mentioned it in his interview with Bob Lorenz. He said, hey, I got a chance to see Mr. Steinbrenner dance.
Now, commercials certainly helped increase George Steinbrenner's already high profile, but you can definitely say that things grew to another level thanks to one of the most popular TV shows in history, Seinfeld, which parodied Steinbrenner in a loving, amusing fashion.
George?
Elaine, what are you doing here?
Okay, I wanted to talk to you about something, and I wanted to tell you in person.
What?
I'm not going to the wedding.
Why not?
Because Jerry is bringing a date. I am not an usher. I don't have anyone to talk to, and I'm not sitting at that singles table all by myself.
Wait a minute, young lady. What's this about singles tables? I don't sit at singles tables. Singles tables are for losers. The Yankees have won 33 pennants and 22 World Championships. We're winners. We don't sit with losers.
Well,
and I've got an idea. You're going to go to the party with me.
Oh, well, gee.
You dance, don't you? Lose a little weight, get yourself in shape, and then when they throw the bridal bouquet, you'll maybe get it.
I don't know, mister.
Well, I know. You're the cause of all this, Costanza. It's your wedding, so either she goes with me or you're out of here. Yesterday's newspaper.
Of course she's gonna go with you, Mr. Steinbrenner.
Well, that's fine. I don't like to put undue pressure on people.
Now, that scene never really aired because the way that George Steinbrenner was portrayed on Seinfeld was the back of his head and the voice of one of the co-creators of the show, Larry David, was the voice of George Steinbrenner. I once spoke to George Steinbrenner about Seinfeld because he had to approve every single script. And he said that the reason he approved it, because some of it kind of made him look a little goofy, he said because it was so important to his grandchildren. They were more impressed that he was on Seinfeld than he owned the Yankees.
Oh, I'm sure that they were, Michael, and some of those clips were famously funny. And Jerry Seinfeld actually had a statement about George Steinbrenner today, and he said, who else could be a memorable character from a TV sitcom without ever having appeared in the sitcom? He said that's how big a force George Steinbrenner was.
It really was one of the funniest things on the show, and some great lines when Mr. Costanza, George's father, has a talk with George Steinbrenner and said, how could you trade Jay Buhner? I mean, they made light of a lot of things that people took seriously within the Yankees, but that was also an art by George Steinbrenner to make light of himself.
And, Michael, I know you talked about it earlier, having been in that office with George Steinbrenner. I had been in his office a few times, too, and they did a good job of making you feel that it really was George Steinbrenner. One thing that he had in his office, he had a couple of chairs shaped like baseball gloves, and you had to sit in those baseball glove chairs. It was kind of wild.
Now, one of the things, though, that they got wrong from that show is they talked about that he liked calzones. And one thing that George Steinbrenner loved, and he would order out a lot, was White Castle hamburgers. He would bring them into his office a lot and have people around the stadium eat it.
I'm sure you drove in on those.
Well, that's a favorite of mine as well. Anyway, we've got still more to come here on George Steinbrenner Remembered, so stay with us as we continue to honor him right here on Yes. George Steinbrenner Remembered. Well, the old Yankee Stadium was called the house that Ruth built. The new Yankee Stadium right across the street hasn't been christened this yet, but it was the house that George built. Our very own Chris Sheeran of the Yes Network has spent most of the day at Yankee Stadium. And Chris, what's the mood like at the ballpark in the Bronx?
Well, Michael, if the weather can be indicative of the mood of the people outside the stadium here today, today was the day for the weather to do that. It's been a rough couple of days for Yankee fans. On Sunday, they lost the voice in Mr. Bob Shepard, and today they lost the heart and soul of this franchise in Mr. Steinbrenner. And earlier today, I was able to talk to some fans around the ballpark and see what they felt about this tremendous loss of the man simply known as the boss.
What this guy meant as far as like his passion for winning, his his track record, 11 pennants, 7 championships. It's just like unprecedented what he did as far as the community here in the South Bronx. Him giving back, it's just like he's just a monumental figure, as far as life is concerned, not just sports.
Not a lot of people know about his charitable givings because I don't think he wanted a lot of people to know about that. But now that he's passed, that's starting to come out, and especially what he did here in the Bronx. What did that mean to you?
I mean, everything from the Boys and Girls Clubs that he gave to, all the manicuring he did with all the baseball fields around in this area. I mean, you're looking at this building right here, this beautiful building that he gave to us, and just like, that's the biggest charity for me. But
George Steinbrenner revolutionized baseball in New York and really brought it back to what it is today. And I really don't think that baseball in New York would be the same if it wasn't for George Steinbrenner.
He made sure that he always put the fans first and made sure to spend whatever he had to get the best team to make his fans as happy as they could be.
He was a great owner. He brought championship teams to New York, and he was a great man.
The man that we lost today, cannot be replaced. He was a dynamic person. He went out and he did those things that he had to do to make a success of everything that he ever touched.
I know that he did a lot for the Bronx community and for the state of New York, and he also helped the Yankees get to where they are today.
In a personal touch, my daughter, she was actually taken to Tampa to a hospital. I think it was St. Joseph's Hospital, where he did have a big contributions to a wing there for children, and I thought that was so great. I thought that was really, I really from my heart, personally, I thought that was the best.
Michael and Jack, it wasn't just Yankee fans here either today. There were Mets fans, there were Angel fans, there were fans from all teams. You just saw how many people from how many different organizations that they root for that Mr. Steinbrenner reached. And you heard on our air earlier about Jerry Jones and how he inspired him to run the Dallas Cowboys the way he does. His legacy will definitely live on, guys. We know that, and it'll reverberate for lifetimes to come. Michael?
Well, thank you, Chris. We'll see you over the weekend as well as the Yankees take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Thank you for your time at Yankee Stadium.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, how do you put a life like this in perspective? It's an incredible American life. Started in 1930 and it ended today, and we will try to put that perspective on George Steinbrenner's incredible legacy. The boss passes away today, and we talk about it here on Yes, on George Steinbrenner Remembered.
I've been told to do.
Welcome back to George Steinbrenner Remembered here on the Yes Network. Now, one of the things, obviously, that is going to be part of George Steinbrenner's legacy is his relationship with Billy Martin. Hired 5 times, fired 5 times, and the two of them had a love-hate relationship. And one of the times that he was rehired, it led to an incredibly entertaining press conference at the ballpark.
We straighten a lot of things out. For instance, I'll be handling all the trades.
What do you mean?
There'll be no phone calls in the dugout.
What do you mean? That's not right. I'm handling the trades.
That isn't the way we say it,
I have the
George.
right to call you in the dugout anytime
That's not
I
the way
want.
it's going to be, George.
Well, you're damn right it is, and if you don't like it, you're fired.
You haven't hired me yet. So I just want you to know this is the way it's going to be.
Now, I got a chance to cover Billy Martin during Billy 5, and there was going to be a Billy 6. There had been a rapport put together, and George had contacted Billy Martin that if he got rid of Bucky Dent, he was going to be the manager. Billy had contacted all of his coaches. They were ready to go again. There would have been Billy 6 if Billy had lived, but he died on that Christmas Eve, and that stopped that. There might have been a Billy 6, a Billy 7. And, Jack, the thing that I see about this is that these two men really both were driven by their incredible love of the Yankees. And I think George Steinbrenner realized that about Billy Martin, but then it was Billy's demons that took over.
Right, I think George Steinbrenner definitely recognized that. Billy Martin used to say, I may not have been the most talented Yankee, but I was the proudest Yankee. And though I didn't cover Billy Martin, I have had the opportunity to talk to his son, and he tells you stories about his father and what it meant for his father to be a Yankee. And Michael, when you look at where those two men sit in sports history, not even just baseball history, I don't know if you have two people who had a more turbulent, loving, tempestuous, put all the words you want around it, but it was some relationship.
It was an incredible relationship, and it was something that George Steinbrenner enjoyed also simply because of the fact he got back pages and the stunt that he pulled at Old Timers Day when he reintroduced him. It was one of the greatest moments in Yankee Stadium history, not involving something that happened actually on the baseball field. We're rejoined here by our good friend and colleague, Kimberly Jones. And Kim, this isn't something that only affects the baseball world. You know, we mentioned before, this is an iconic figure outside of the world of sports as well. But Michael Strahan, a guy who's won a championship in football, tweeted something very interesting earlier.
He did, Michael, and Michael Strahan commended George Steinbrenner for setting the standard for ownership in terms of doing everything you can to win without apologies. And he called him a unique man, and none of us would argue with that. But I think champion to champion, I think competitor to competitor, there's a lot of admiration for George Steinbrenner, and that's why every single time the Yankees acquire a player, the player says, I always wanted to be in pinstripes, because most of them do.
You know, we spoke about this a little bit earlier, Kim, but George Steinbrenner became very, very close to getting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, football's a different sport. There's a cap, there's a hard cap. How do you think George Steinbrenner would have done in the NFL?
I think his competitiveness fit the NFL perfectly. In fact, in some ways, he was a football guy owning a baseball team. You could argue at times with his mentality and the win every single day, because in the NFL, you do try to win every single week. But you get the feeling with George Steinbrenner, anything he tried, it would have worked, because he would have made sure of it.
It certainly seemed that way, and what he did with the Yankees over the years since buying them in 1973, absolutely incredible. And you could see it with his team right now. And I think that we've covered this throughout the day, and we've been with you since the early afternoon. But if you look at it, there are some players that can succeed under this kind of searing pressure, and some that wilt under it. We've seen both of them, and I think that the core four that are presently on this Yankee team, those guys are the type of guys that excel under that pressure.
We heard Andy Pettitte talk about it. We heard Derek Jeter talk about it. How would you like to be an 18, 19-year-old kid playing in the Gulf Coast League, 120 degrees, and here comes George Steinbrenner walking out to watch you play? That's pressure on a kid, and I think that pressure starts from a young age. Derek Jeter has said it, Andy Pettitte, they've all told all of us, there's a Yankee way. There's a way to do things, and these guys, that's all they know. They learned it under Steinbrenner, and I think that sets them up for the bright lights of New York.
Well, the incredible part of the legacy of George Steinbrenner has to be, if you look at the timeline of he buying the team. 1973, we've gone over this, he buys the team from the CBS network, and he bought the team for $10 million, and out of cost for him at about $150,000. Now, everything that you see behind us, that's from George Steinbrenner's vision. The Yes Network. No team had ever done that before. The Yes Network now might even be worth more than the team is, but altogether, it's worth about $3 billion. And guys, when you look at that investment of $150,000 out of pocket, it might be one of the great investments of all time.
Well, and we saw it at Yankee Stadium on July 4th, his birthday, when all 7 World Championship trophies were on display. Now you look back and say, what timing that was that? And the people who saw them were blown away. They are gorgeous individually. Together, they're mind-bogglingly successful. And it really hits home when you see them together, what this franchise has been under George Steinbrenner.
And Kim, when they get those trophies, and there's always been a criticism of the Yankees. They spend so much money, and of course, because we work for Yes, maybe people will say they're apologists. The Yankees are following the rules. They're paying more in luxury tax and revenue sharing. They are going to have a high payroll, but they're going to pay other teams, and they're going to end up with that money. They put the money back in. Gene Michael last week told me he remembered a period in about 1995, 1994 where George Steinbrenner said, I don't care. I don't care how much extra I have to pay. If I have to go get the players, I'm going to go get the players.
And also, if you look at the new Yankee Stadium, that's a lasting legacy of George Steinbrenner. And the way the stadium is built, and if you look at other ballparks that are built, and you see where the Yankees didn't cut any corners, and this ballpark is the top of the line, and it was bought totally by the Steinbrenner money and built there as well. And as I said, across the street was the house that Ruth built, and this is obviously the house that George built, and it will stand for another 50, 60, 70 years as a testament to what he thought about this team because he wanted this team to be in a jewel of a ballpark, and for years he tried to get out of the other ballpark, and it finally came to the forefront in this one. And when you look at this thing, it's not in excess. It's a beautiful ballpark that people love to come to. Even the visiting ball club talks about how amazing this place is.
Yeah, and Michael, what struck me as the Yankees won number 27 last year was every one of those celebration ceremonies, clinching celebrations, the players unsolicited, unprompted, thanked George Steinbrenner. They thanked him for the ballpark that they were christening with a world championship, as they should have, and they thanked him for the clubhouse, which is beyond compare. It is on the forefront of their minds every day they go to work. And in professional sports today, we should not lose sight of that they remain grateful.
Now, one of the seismic changes over the ownership of George Steinbrenner and over his life as well is how people's perception of George Steinbrenner have actually changed, because during the 70s and then the 80s, he might not have been the most beloved owner of all time. There were fans that were cheering the first time or the last time he was suspended. But now, with his passing, I think that there'll be a lot of tears from sports fans around the country and the Yankees in particular. Because, Jack, I'm not saying he reinvented himself, but I really believe that the fans of the Yankees and the fans of baseball realize what he meant to this sport and to that team.
No, there's no doubt. You're absolutely right, Michael. And this is a huge void. We're talking about a man who was in the position he was in for almost 40 years. There are baseball fans, baseball officials, people who work for the Yankees who haven't known anything in their life that didn't involve George Steinbrenner. George Steinbrenner will not be there anymore for the Yankees. His family will carry on, but I think we've said it over and over. There will never be another owner like George Steinbrenner.
And I think the one thing that George Steinbrenner does that other owners don't feel this, they all want to win, but I think that George Steinbrenner would win at all costs and win at the expense of his profits.
Absolutely, Michael. And my biggest memory on a day like this is when he was at the All-Star game at the old Yankee Stadium in 2008. He comes out in the golf cart, and as fans realized it was he, they clapped, and they clapped louder, and they clapped louder, and he was moved to tears. And they wanted to see him, they wanted to greet him, but I got the impression they wanted to thank him. And on today, I believe we can look back. That was a public goodbye in a lot of ways, and he finally received that kind of appreciation that I think really touched him that day, and you could tell.
And for years and years, he was somewhat reticent about being on the field because he didn't know what the public reaction was going to be. And there's a famous interview that was done by Warner Wolf on WCBS where he started to weep when the crowd started chanting his name. I think it meant the world to him.
Right, he had a couple of those episodes, Michael. I remember another game where the Yankees played the Red Sox, and a couple of us got him near the owner's box, and he got a little choked up then. Something that will stay with me, it wasn't George, it was Hal. After the Yankees won the ALCS last year, Derek Jeter went over to Hal Steinbrenner because George Steinbrenner wasn't there and poured champagne over his head as he used to do for George. And what stuck out, too, is Hal Steinbrenner used some of the same phraseology that his dad used. And when someone asked him about it, he said, "It's been drummed into my head for almost 40 years. Of course I'm going to say the same things."
Well, how do you say goodbye to a man that's meant so much to so many people? It's very, very difficult. Over most of this day, we spoke to people that were affected by George Steinbrenner. The good deeds, the bad deeds, the building of a franchise, the building of a legacy. But it all comes together on this day when George Steinbrenner leaves us forever. His passing obviously affects many Yankee fans and people involved with the Yankees as well. His legacy remains the New York Yankees, the championships that he left behind, the ballpark on 161st Street and River Avenue, and here, right here, the Yes Network as well. Baseball will never be the same. There might not ever be another owner like George Steinbrenner, a man with an insatiable desire to win at all costs, and that's what he did. He spent money to make money, and he spent money to win. And with him, a lasting legacy of Yankee greatness, the most important and the most special brand in the history of sports.
Hello, I'm Chris Fowler, and welcome to Sports Century. After arriving in New York as a brash rookie owner from the Midlands in 1973, America's most predatory sports media tried to eat him alive. The tabloids labeled him Phineas T. Bluster, General von Steingrabber, and Babe Ruthless. But Cleveland shipping magnate George Steinbrenner not only bit back, he took the wheel of a sinking ship called the Yankees. As we'll see over the next half hour, if he acted like Captain Bligh, some have forgiven his excesses because he steered the city's proudest franchise back to a port called glory.
All right, we're back at Game 4 of the World Series. The Bronx Bombers lead 4-1 in the 8th, thanks mostly to a gem of a pitching performance from George Steinbrenner. Steinbrenner delivers, swinging a sharp ground ball. Nice stop by Steinbrenner. Over to Steinbrenner for one. On to Steinbrenner. Double play.
A psychiatrist would have a field day if he could get George on a couch, because he is a complicated person.
He can be mean and curt and short, but if you get him at the moment, he can be the kindest, sweetest, most decent man you could ever imagine.
You could have a hair-raising argument with this guy, and the next day it was, you know, I'm Mr. Steinbrenner, Heisberg.
The 103 victories doesn't mean anything. That's like kissing your sister, as far as I'm concerned. If it took 103 to beat the second team, who had 102, then it means something.
He's a hard man to work for because he wants to win every single day. At times, he's not as patient as you'd like him to be.
The way he competes is almost the way a 10-year-old would in a Monopoly game. If he loses, he has tantrums.
I don't like losing. Winning's important to me. It's second. It's second to breathing. Breathing's first, winning's second.
In January of 1973, an ambitious 42-year-old George Steinbrenner made the big leagues. With a team of investors, he purchased from CBS the New York Yankees. The price, $10 million.
For about 15 years, George had tried to get a reservation at the exclusive 21 Club, and they never had a reservation for George Steinbrenner, a Cleveland businessman. He buys the Yankees, and the next day his reservation says, yes, 12 noon, you can have the middle table.
If buying the Yankees gave him instant Manhattan status, it remained to be seen what the combative scion of a former Great Lakes shipping owner might do to punch up the quality of a team that had fallen from grace.
He got up at the press conference and said, I won't be dealing in the day-to-day operations of the team. I'm too busy with my shipbuilding.
That lasted about a week or two when he started sending notes to Ralph Hauk. This guy needs a haircut. You know, why is this guy doing that in the field and everything else?
I want this camp to run like almost a boot camp. I want it to be strict. I don't want to see long hair. I hope we understand each other.
He was very early on seemingly obsessed with the fact that the calls weren't going the Yankees' way. He really took this seriously to the point of sending videotapes to the American League office, dictating press releases about the poor quality of umpiring.
George was always looking for the advantage of the Yankees, and he wanted to fight for that advantage.
When George took over the ball club, it was unlike anything we had been through. George treated the team like it was a Broadway play, and he's out to sell tickets.
On New Year's Eve 1974, Steinbrenner's Yankees signed their first big gun, Catfish Hunter. And 2 years later, the team won its first pennant in 12 seasons. Not satisfied, the boss acquired Reggie Jackson, and by the next October, the Yanks were world champs. They repeated in 1978 after signing another top-dollar free agent, Goose Gossage. For all his success, Steinbrenner's management style was chaotic.
If the phone on your desk would ring twice and you'd pick it up and there'd be a dial tone, you knew you were in trouble because you knew who was calling. We had special red phones put adjacent to our existing phones, and if that phone rang, you dropped everything and grabbed it.
It was like covering Alice in Wonderland, and Steinbrenner was the Queen of Hearts, just running around, you know, going off with their heads.
Steinbrenner had summoned the reporters to his office. A secretary came along, and Steinbrenner had asked her to get him some tax forms, and she got him the wrong tax forms, and he berated her. He didn't care that he was doing this in front of half a dozen reporters.
If things go right, they're his team. If they go wrong, they're your team. I think his favorite line that I liked was, you know what, I will never have a heart attack, I give them.
You have the fear of God in you because the boss is coming.
I don't know whether that fear exists everywhere. I imagine it probably does, so I won't deny it. That's the kind of leader I am. I'm a Patton. I'm not an Eisenhower.
I remember being on the walkie-talkies and coaches and PR people talking back and forth. They had a code name for him when he was headed your way.
The eagle has landed. That's when you know you better clean up your act.
I never wanted my team to love me. I wanted to have their respect and their loyalty and their accountability to me.
He'd fire Bob Lemon a couple of times and then put him on the payroll as the highest paid scout in Major League Baseball.
The best job in the world is to be fired by George Steinbrenner. After a day or so, he would feel bad about it, and he would not only pay them what they had coming, but he would set them up with other jobs in the organization.
That isn't the way we say it, I have the right to call you in the dugout anytime. That's not the way it's going to be, George. Damn right it is, and if you don't like it, you're fired. You haven't hired me yet.
He probably thought he was doing a good deed. He was trying to help Billy and try to save Billy, when in fact it came across that he was just tormenting this guy.
It was the vilest form of anybody controlling someone else's life because he knew that Billy wanted to be with the Yankees.
He humiliated Billy Martin. Yeah, he kept hiring him back, but that's nothing more than, I'm the boss.
Every time that George would get mad at Billy, he would fire his pitching coach, just to turn the screws just a little more into Billy. You know, he said, I'll get rid of your favorite coach.
George didn't pay any attention to what Billy thought or what he felt. This team belongs to George, and let no one forget that.
The high-powered drink already created by the boss and Billy the Kid was dangerously stirred by Jackson.
Billy was jealous of Reggie's star status. George looked at Reggie as a trophy. He wined and dined him, and that only made things between George and Billy worse.
George was nice to me until I didn't play well. Then he got on me like he did everyone else.
In stark contrast to his treatment of employees, Steinbrenner often reached out to fallen stars like Darryl Strawberry and Doc Gooden, and sometimes even people on the street.
We were doing graffiti on a wall right outside Yankee Stadium. All of a sudden, someone's got me by the collar. He takes me to the Yankee clubhouse and says, give this guy a uniform. He's got damages he's got to work for. And that man was George Steinbrenner. And that night, I was the bat boy for the New York Yankees.
You would hear people talk about George's charitable works, and you can't believe it's the same guy that you've seen fire people at will and dress down people in public. It's his way of kind of evening things up with the powers that be upstairs.
George loves to be the guy who's going to give someone a second chance. He wants to prove that the world is wrong.
He loves hearing people say, you know, I'd like to really thank Mr. Steinbrenner for the opportunity to be here.
He's a son of a bitch and a great guy, and that's not mutually exclusive.
He laughed when somebody said to him once, there's two Georges, and he just says, well, you know, you don't worry about that, I'll take care of them.
Dude, your car. Oh, that's okay. Here, watch this. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh, hey, Kim.
Who is that guy? That's my agent, Rich. Can I try? Yeah, go for it. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. With a hot guy.
What's up?
This could work. Who's also sensitive.
He's a rescue.
But has a dark side.
Yo.
Hello.
Hey, dark side. Get your feet off the car.
Find out what else State Farm agents can do for you at yagent.com.
Is your computer running slowly? Does it take more than 3 seconds for your email to load? Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? These are not only annoying, but can cause permanent damage to your computer. If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, your computer and your privacy may be at risk, because these are usually the telltale signs of a virus, and it can only get worse until you act. Get a free diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
My Clean PC is outstanding, and my computer is running faster than ever.
My Clean PC came through with flying colors when no one else could.
My Clean PC totally cleaned up my system and increased my speed.
MyCleanPC.com can remove spyware, viruses, and infected emails, all speeding up your PC's performance. It offers all-in-one protection, and it's been downloaded by millions of users. Even if you have antivirus software, your computer could still be infected. Find out instantly with a free comprehensive diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
I'm Montel Williams. Would an extra $1,000 come in handy right now? Then I'd like to talk to you about Money Mutual. It's your trusted source to over 60 lenders to get you up to $1,000 fast. That big medical bill? Paid. The car? Fixed. Breathing room till payday? Done. Just be 18 or older and have a regular income of at least $800 a month. No credit score required. Need cash tomorrow? Go to moneymutual.com today.
George is still trying to please his father after all these years. He's learned to never be satisfied with anything he's done.
There are people, no matter how much success they have, they can never get the approval of their father. And that's part of his personality, and it's also part of why he's such a driven person.
George M. Steinbrenner III was born the oldest of 3 children on July 4th, 1930, to Henry and Rita, and was raised in the affluent Cleveland suburb of Bay Village.
Henry Steinbrenner was the king of the roost. I mean, he had rules, and you had better stick to the rules.
There were no telephone calls after 9 o'clock at night, no television, no showers upstairs. After 9 o'clock, Mrs. Steinbrenner had to go downstairs and bathe in the laundry tubs.
I was really scared of my father. He would take me to school, and they used to joke about it. They'd sit and wait. Here comes Steinbrenner. He must have gotten a B or a C instead of an A. And then he would burrow in on me. You get that A, see?
Standing 6'3", Henry was a standout hurdler for MIT in the late 1920s before taking over the family shipping company, Kinsman Marine. Early on, he engendered a strong sense of business in his only son.
His father taught him the world of business by giving him chickens to raise, and then he had to sell the eggs.
I'd have to look in the paper each day, and this is when I was relatively young, 8 or 9 years old, and keep a record of what the wholesale egg prices were. And I used to go to school sometimes smelling like a chicken, you know?
True to Henry Steinbrenner's code, George III was the only student in his public school class dressed in a coat and tie. At 14, he was sent off to northern Indiana to attend his father's alma mater prep school, Culver Military Academy. Upon graduation in 1948, he enrolled at Williams College after being rejected by MIT. He ran the hurdles, but didn't approach his father's success.
George felt that if I could only do as well as my dad did, maybe he would love me more.
His first love really was football. And 1 year he was sort of an extra on the football team. And the guys saw through his desires and sort of made fun of him.
I was never a great athlete. I just tried. I don't know that I ever really measured up to what my dad expected of me.
Steinbrenner served a 2-year hitch in the Air Force. In 1955, he was hired as an assistant football coach at Northwestern, and the following year he landed at Purdue. But his dreams of a coaching career in football were dashed in 1957.
When his father called, George gave up the thing that he really loved most and came back to Kinsman Marine to help run the business.
He had the offices in the Rockefeller building. And I remember once the owner of the Rockefeller building telling me that he had complaints from tenants because they would have some shouting matches there.
George had a telephone call one day, and he wasn't in the office. And down in the basement was a barber shop. And George is down there getting his hair cut. And Henry starts banging on the steam pipe with a wrench and yelling, "George, get yourself up here, you've got a telephone call."
George's father tended to fire George about every month or so. It became a joke in a way, though it wasn't funny to George. When it was going on, I really do think that Henry Steinbrenner, in a way, was terrorizing him. But of course, he was always hired back.
In 1960, with a group of investors, he bought the Cleveland Pipers, who would join the newly formed American Basketball League the following year. Although the Pipers won the ABL title in 1962, the franchise went bankrupt. Meanwhile, the family business was also in trouble, and Steinbrenner spotted an opportunity.
He wanted to buy the 5 old boats that his father was about to sell for scraps for $40,000 a boat. He said, "I'd like to start my own steamship company with these 5 old clunkers."
George just went out and he made all these incredible deals. The biggest deal was to ship iron ore across the Great Lakes.
Some 4 or 5 years later, we had 27 boats, and we were the largest steamship company in the Great Lakes.
But Steinbrenner's success did not deter him from wanting to own another sports franchise. When a deal to buy the Cleveland Indians collapsed in 1972, he turned eastward to New York.
So if I switch to Progressive, I could save hundreds.
Yep, but that's just the start. We have a great loyalty program.
I'm listening.
Stick with us and you keep earning bigger discounts and benefits like accident forgiveness. Plus, it's free.
Wow, great.
Now let's get you initiated into the program.
What is that?
Watch. Here you go. Automatically enrolled. Painless, right?
Totally painless.
Rewarding loyalty. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
The world's elite return to the birthplace of the game. The Open Championship at St. Andrews begins tomorrow at 4 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
It's like a blast of hydration to your face. New Schick Hydro with water-activated gel that hydrates your skin as you shave and lasts up to twice as long as ordinary strips, while Ultra Glide blades with skin guards smooth the skin to reduce irritation. Ready for a blast of hydration? Visit SchickHydro.com/free hydro now and get a mail-in rebate good for one free razor. Then try it and see the difference for yourself. But hurry, this is a limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. New Schick Hydro, the only razor with a gel reservoir that hydrates your skin as you shave. There's even a precision flip-top trimmer for hard-to-reach areas. Experience the new Schick Hydro free. Visit SchickHydro.com/free hydro and get a mail-in rebate today. Visit now. The offer won't last. It's the best shave for your skin. The new Schick Hydro. Free your skin.
They often give me credit for working in the press. I never did that. That's not true.
Catfish Hunter had diabetes. And then I wrote the story, and the Daily News played it on the back page. Steinbrenner called me, and he yelled at me, "How could you do this? This is going to hurt the Catfish. It's going to hurt the team." I said, "George, you know, it's my job. I have to." Finally, he says, "Well, at least we got the back page."
He'd have the newspapers read before he got to work in the morning, and if he had an issue with something that was written, he'd say, "Get on the phone with this guy or his editor, and I want a full retraction tomorrow."
If somebody in the Daily News wrote something negative about him, he would turn around and leak a story to the Post. If someone in the Post wrote something negative about him, he would leak a story to the News. If he was mad at both of them, he would leak a story to the Times or to the Ledger or to Newsday.
I got several calls from 3, 4 in the morning. He'd tell you some story, trading this player, signing this player, and then the last thing he always said was, "Make sure you're right, that it didn't come from me."
He had his little phrases. You can quote me as, you know, a high-level Yankee executive or a source close to the Yankees.
After the Yankees lost in the 1981 World Series, they entered a decline that Steinbrenner, for all his manipulation and ingenuity, was unable to reverse for more than a decade.
George kept changing things, firing managers, firing general managers, trading players, signing free agents that weren't nearly the caliber of free agents that he had signed back in the 70s.
The managers were uncomfortable. The players were uncomfortable because he was involved in every decision.
Gabe Paul was my general manager. He would tell me the unique thing about baseball is you play one day and then you lose, but you get up the next morning and you're going right back out there again. I never found out how to be a good loser.
We had dinner at the same table, and there was this big flower arrangement right in the middle, and I get up and I move the flower over a little bit. George puts the flowers right back and blocked the view of my face. He said, "I don't want to look at you. I'll never forgive you for all those times you beat me."
When he's not achieving success, it plays to all of his worst characteristics, being quick to anger and quick to taking it out on many different people.
There's 110% in every man, I believe. 10% more than he thinks there is. I want to get into that 10%. Maybe at times I go overboard.
One game we were losing badly. The organist was playing music that was annoying to George. Pick up the phone, and he says, "That's not ballpark music. Get another organist in here by tomorrow."
People were afraid to screw up on their job. Bobby Meacham, a young shortstop with a bright future,
makes an error, and then George ships him all the way down to Double-A, ruining the guy's career.
Never sterling, Steinbrenner's image was damaged by 2 major league suspensions that totaled 3 years and 10 months. The first, in 1974, involved illegal contributions to President Nixon's re-election campaign. The second, in 1990, for paying $40,000 to gambler Howard Spira in exchange for information intended to smear the reputation of Dave Winfield.
It was announced during a game that he had been suspended by Commissioner Vincent, and there arose a great cheer from the fans at Yankee Stadium.
The stadium erupted in a 90-second standing ovation. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Steinbrenner's antipathy toward his all-star outfielder began soon after signing Winfield in 1980 to what he thought was a $16 million contract.
Steinbrenner read what Winfield's contract called for. A cost of living increase that would be added to the base salary. This made the contract much more expensive than Steinbrenner realized.
He felt that he'd somehow been snookered in that deal. He didn't like to have an employee snooker him on a deal.
When you find out that someone you're working for, giving your best every day, has hired someone to see if they could find something bad about you and go public with it, that was really the bottom.
The Howard Spira incident probably epitomizes the worst part of Steinbrenner. Wanting to be right at all costs, wanting to control people.
The fall of George gives you an example of the lengths George will go to bring you down.
I have no problems at all with what Fay Vincent did when he suspended me. I made a lot of mistakes. I made my share and then some.
I chose eHarmony over any other site.
Michael had run the operation with virtually no resources. He finally allowed his baseball people to make all the decisions.
They'd accelerate a player like Jeter through the minor leagues at a rate that was not customary during the Steinbrenner reign.
What had been customary, however, was a revolving door of managers. Before Joe Torre's arrival for the 1996 season, Steinbrenner had made 19 changes at the helm in 23 years. Under Torre, the Yankees won 4 World Championships in his first 5 years. Even the boss seemed satisfied, at least on the surface.
Thank goodness we won here in '96. He has very little patience if he doesn't see all the money he spends doing what it's supposed to do.
I'm still demanding, and I'm still disciplined. I still insist on those same things.
That's one thing he understands, which is demanding of excellence, and that's all he wants. And we're on a short rope if we don't win. There's no doubt about that, but that's the way it is.
When the Yankees failed to win their 4th straight World Series in 2001, the boss began a binge in the marketplace. Jason Giambi, Gary Sheffield, Alex Rodriguez, and Randy Johnson were lured to the Bronx, and the richest payroll in baseball soared beyond $200 million.
Everything that George has done has been intensely selfish, and that's been really good for the Yankees. George made the Yankees rich and powerful at the expense of a lot of other clubs.
Like any other owner, he has a right to do what is in the best interest of his franchise and his fan base.
Married in 1956 to Joan Zieg, Steinbrenner insisted all 4 of their children attend the same prep school from which he and his father graduated. Furthering his legacy, his 2 sons, Hal and Hank, are general partners of the Yankees.
He's delegating a lot more now than earlier in his career. Hal and Hank Steinbrenner are very, very much involved.
He expects nothing less than excellence from them, as he does from his employees and from the ball club.
Where is it written? If you don't get results right away, you fire people. What kind of an asinine policy is that?
In the glow of his success, Steinbrenner resolved a 14-year feud with Yogi Berra. The Yankees legend was angered when he was fired as manager in April of 1985, after being assured by the boss that his job was secure for the season.
It was my fault that it took so long to get him back.
Yogi said, if he'll come here and apologize, I'll do it. And George was willing to do it.
However tumultuous, Steinbrenner's tenure with the Yankees has made him the most recognized owner in sports.
He's been, to my mind, the most successful owner in the history of all of sports.
George is a great businessman. Obviously, he bought the Yankees for $10 million. They're probably worth $1 billion today. That's not such a bad return on investment.
People who hate him are going to be able to say why they hated him and try to convince you that you should hate him. And people who loved him are going to be able to try to convince you of why you should love him.
Besides the Yankees, George Steinbrenner's prized possession is his 850-acre horse farm in Ocala, Florida, where he breeds racehorses. The boss maintains he prefers horses over players. They don't talk back, he says. They never want to renegotiate a contract, never bitch, and never spill their guts to sports writers. For Sports Century, I'm Chris Fowler.
Pitching. Success. Tonight, the man who put it all together and might be putting it up for sale. Our exclusive interview with George Steinbrenner on Up Close Primetime.
Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built. Home to nearly 36 American League pennants and nearly 24 World Championships. Good evening, everybody. I'm Roy Firestone, and this is Up Close Primetime. You know, Mark McGwire may be baseball's player of the year, but the Yankees are certainly the team of the year, maybe for any year. Tonight, an exclusive up-close conversation with the man who bought, built, and stocked the richest and most accomplished team in sports exactly 25 years ago. Tonight, up close with the boss, George Steinbrenner.
I'm going to read you your first quote as a Yankee owner. Right? As a Yankee owner. Right? There it is.
I'm just a shipbuilder from Cleveland. I'm going to stay.
We plan absentee ownership.
Yeah.
We're not going to pretend we're something we aren't. Yep. I'll stick to building ships. I won't be active in the day-to-day operations of the club at all. I can't spread myself too thin. I've got enough headaches with the shipping company.
First of all, you know, a press conference in most cities, you'll see 5 or 6 writers, and they'll grill you. I walked into that room. I've never seen anything like it in New York. I felt like the President of the United States. Beds of microphones, 100 people sitting out there with their notepads, and great writers. You knew you weren't going to kid them, so I figured I'd just say, no, I'm not going to be interested. I wasn't a welcome owner when I first got there. I was from Cleveland. Now, Cleveland was being termed in those years as the mistake on the lake, and I think we just had a year when the head of the school board was arrested for mooning on the turnpike where the Cuyahoga River caught fire, and in comes this young kid.
43 years old.
Yep. How old?
43.
Oh, I'd forgotten, see. As we started to get down the line, I just was not satisfied. I got to admit it. I saw the way things had been going for the Yankees. I wasn't comfortable with it. So I made some moves and did what I had to do, and I got involved. And I've been involved for 24 years.
You know, you've taken more criticism than probably any owner in the history of American sports.
That's true.
But when credit is due, and credit is due at least somewhat this year, George, don't you feel, even though you're going to play the modesty thing, but don't you feel it's time for you to get some credit now, even for your harshest critics?
Well, that might be. They've been pretty good to me lately because you can't refute this fact. The purpose of owning a ball club is to win ball games, in my opinion. I was a Big Ten football coach. I coached at Northwestern, where we couldn't win because we didn't have the material. Right. I coached at Purdue.
Coach Lenny Dawson,
Lamar Lundy, and we had great material, and I saw the difference. I can't take the credit. The credit belongs to the players.
But you have to spend the money. You're the yes.
Well,
you're the man who has to say yes.
There has to be a guy. If you're going to command, you're going to command. Lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. That became my motto, and it's on my desk today in a sign. I really feel that way, and I think people respect it. The Yankees, in the last 25 years that I've owned the team, have won more games than any other team in baseball, and they just increased that lead greatly this year. I think the Dodgers are second, maybe even Detroit third, but I don't care about second and third. I've never liked second and third.
Right.
In track meets when I used to run, I hated second. I hated the red ribbon. I hated the white ribbon for third. I liked the blue ribbon.
But that's what I don't understand, George. You tell the New York Post, it would be no shame if we don't win it. Quote, what were you smoking?
Well, what I was telling him is this. This has been such a monumental, great season.
Right.
And it is. It's the unusual, it's the greatest team season
for the Yankees
ever, yeah. But I mean, I don't want that to be lost.
I just can't believe I can't believe I'm hearing this from George. I know how great a season.
You are. I don't want him to lose sight of what a great season they've had.
He might feel that way deep down inside, but I know us as players, we don't feel that way. I think we feel if we don't win it, we haven't really accomplished, what our goals were. And, our goals were to play well during the course of the regular season, which I think we did extremely well. And now we just have unfinished business, and it's sitting right in front of us. It's a great challenge. It's going to be there, and we're going to have to go after it.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, we've heard it all along. No matter how many games you win, unless you win the World Series, it's all for naught. And I thought Don Zimmer said it best. He said, "You mean to tell me we busted our humps all this year, and we got to 100 games, 100 wins faster than anybody in American League history? That doesn't mean anything? Of course it means something. Of course it's something to be proud of. Naturally, we'd like to go on further and win the World Series, but." It doesn't take away from what we've done up to this point right now.
What worries you most going into the playoffs?
I just feel that we are ready. I think Joe Torre is an outstanding manager. I've had the best relationship with him that I can recall. And he has been just tremendous. And I think he'll have him on the mark, ready to go, rested. I tell him, you're going to have your struggles. You're going to have your hills and valleys. But it's like everything else in life. When the bell rings, you got to be ready.
Steinbrenner has bulked up the Bronx Bombers with El Duque, Scott Brocious, and Chuck Knobloch, among others. He's taken plenty of knocks before, but this year the only thing making headlines is the Yankees' unprecedented success.
There's nothing he won't do to win. He'll go out, he'll spend money, he spends money every year. If you need some, he'll go out and get it. He's great to the players. If you work hard, you play hard, he has a lot of respect for you.
Give George Steinbrenner the MVP for putting this team together. And giving us the opportunity to come out here every day.
You're not the only one who said it. Some of his harshest critics, some of the people who took exception to almost everything he's done in 25 years, saying this is his best year ever. And he has done a masterful job of staying out of it, but staying in it.
Right. Well, last year he was in the clubhouse a lot. And to me, I just, and at the wrong times, for me, personally. But I think overall he's been very distant. He's been very fair, and he's been very cooperative, because a lot of people, I think, in my mind, walk on eggshells around here because of that man. He's just so powerful, and when he speaks his mind, when he starts and when he starts going on the warpath, you have to. I mean, because he is the man.
Do you fear him, Dave?
Not at all.
Do you respect him?
Very much so.
Next on Up Close Primetime, are the Yanks for sale? Will they move out of Yankee Stadium? The boss tells us in a moment.
Would you sell this team?
Well, I don't.
25 years ago from CBS for just $10 million, George Steinbrenner was a little-known son of a shipbuilder from Cleveland. He was a former Big Ten football coach. Today, he is certainly a household name. But he might be moving this house.
You've always related to Yankee fans. Here's a Yankee fan with his beer sitting on the couch, and he says, I don't get this. Here's George. He's got the winningest, most successful team he's ever had. He's got close to 3 million fans this year.
Yeah.
He's got a team that's worth probably $500 million.
Why don't I pay for the whole stadium myself? Why doesn't every other team in the American League that's got a new stadium pay? How do I compete with a Peter Angelos and a Dick Jacobs when they're sold out every other game? Every game through the season. They're going to draw 4 million people this year, 1 million more people than I will draw.
Right.
Now, how do I continue to compete with them?
There's parts of me that really agree with you, but I understand also, and you do too, because you're a traditionalist. Tradition. And the question is nothing sacred now? I mean, and not just George Steinbrenner. They're talking about Fenway, Dodger Stadium. They're talking about
everybody in the American League
Tiger
except
Stadium.
us will have a new stadium. Everybody. Everybody.
But it's Yankee Stadium.
Well, it might be Yankee, but if you came out of there the other night when we had 46,000 people, I was a good 45 minutes just getting onto the highway. And, I sat there when I first took over the Yankees, and I saw a president of the United States walk through the streets of the Bronx saying, I'm going to fix all of this up for everybody. I felt great. They didn't fix anything. Today, over 50% of our fans, whether it's perceived or actual, are afraid to come to Yankee Stadium with their families after dark.
George Steinbrenner has been using scare tactics forever to try to get a better deal and to try to get the city to negotiate against himself. He'll alternatively use scare tactics or then threaten to move the team to New Jersey.
Is this place going to stay where it is? Would it bother you if you played in Manhattan? Would it bother you to play in New Jersey? Or would you like to stay in Yankee Stadium?
I've said it before, this is my favorite stadium. You know, I love playing here, the tradition. I think field-wise, it's the best field in the league as well. So, you know, it's a touchy situation because, you know, it doesn't have a lot of the, you know, the boxes, luxury boxes the other stadiums have. So you're just going to have to see what happens.
I don't think I would feel bad if it helped baseball, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Even for all the history?
All the history, because that'll go with it, you know, regardless. I think, in my mind, they will follow. It's like in the Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. I believe in that. And I think that if they do decide to build it somewhere else, the baseball gods and the immortals of Yankee history will follow it. I mean, they might be a little pissed.
George Steinbrenner.
Yeah.
Would be viewed by people who don't agree with him as a guy who's only looking to line his pockets with luxury boxes. It's all about greed. You take exception to that.
I'm looking to competition. I have to be able to compete with the teams I'm competing against. Go to Cleveland. I grew up in Cleveland. They took the old Central Market, they tore it down, built a gorgeous stadium. That city is alive now.
Right.
They're getting a new football team because they built a new football stadium.
The fact is, no one could stop you anyway at 2002 when that lease runs up. You can do what the hell you want anyway.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's true.
You're going to run out the clock to 2002?
No, we're going to listen. We're working right now on it. We're listening.
Next on Up Close Primetime, Patton in Pinstripes, George's fiery and controversial past. After this.
Been a lot of great moments and been a lot of regrets.
I may be in my pajamas.
There are 14 retired Yankee numbers, 40 Yankee Hall of Famers down through the years. There's a lot of fame in Yankee tradition and a lot of infamy, too. Now, if George Steinbrenner hasn't been the center of controversy in all those 25 years, it only seems like it. But is he a magnet for conflict? Just curious, George.
You would agree that you have been intolerant in your day?
Yes.
You have been incredibly generous in your day?
Well, I don't know about that.
You have been harsh? You have been kind?
Harsh is good.
You have been tough?
Tough is good.
You've been very sentimental?
I don't know about that.
Both sides are you, clearly. Are you surprised there's been so much conflict and upheaval in these 25 years? Or is that are you just a magnet for this stuff?
Well, I don't know if I'm a magnet for it. I want to win. I've always had that desire from the day I was born, I believe I had it. I never liked losing.
But Peter O'Malley liked to win. Walter O'Malley liked to win. You never heard their names.
Maybe not as much as I did. See, it's the degree to which you want to win. I believe you have to know how to win, and I just do it my way. Walter O'Malley, one of the great men I've ever met, went to the same school I did. We both went to the same school, Culver Military Academy. So did Lou Nippert, that owned the Reds in Cincinnati. And yet we came in World Series, two guys from the same school, and we won. We won.
So you're saying you just feel that the passion was different, you wanted it more, maybe?
Could be, that might be a way of saying it, but I don't say I wanted it more. I know my players probably at times don't understand. They don't.
That would be fair to say.
Yeah, I give them that. I've had guys leave me who have said, oh, that you don't know how bad it was with him. It was this, it was that. And yet when they needed me, I was there for them. I believe in that.
22 managers, 24 years.
Yeah.
16.
5 the same ones. How about the Cubs? How many do you think they've had in the same number of years?
16 general managers, okay? Here is a guy who is impatient with people who aren't getting it done.
I don't want to dwell on this. I'm just saying, how many have the Chicago Cubs had in the same period?
I wouldn't know offhand.
Well, you ought to check that out before you. More than me. And I had Billy Martin 5 times. 5 times. And Billy Martin was with me the day he died. He was on the payroll. He was never taken off. Only one man did I take off the payroll when I made a change, and that was Dick Hauser. Dick Hauser was a great manager. He and I had a disagreement, and he went elsewhere, and he did magnificently. But when Dick passed away, unfortunately, in a very tough situation, who went up and paid off his mortgage? You know, sure, I know I do things wrong. I'm not perfect. But one way or another, I try to make the people understand, and I always go back. I'll just stand on my record. That's all I can do. I can't say George Steinbrenner is a great guy. I won't say that. But
Have
I
there been
try
times
to
when
do
you've
the
gone
best.
at home at night, when you've gone home at night and you say, geez, why did I do that? That
Sure,
was really
sure.
mean. Why did I do
Don't use
that?
the word mean. That was really wrong.
That was wrong. God, I feel so bad about it.
Sure. Don't you think I carry these things around with me? I do. But I also produce winners, and they win. And they go away, in some ways, maybe they go away better men.
That's not right. I'm handling the trades.
That isn't the way we say
I have the
George.
right to call you in the dugout anytime
That's
I
not the way
want.
it's going to be, George.
Well, you're damn right it is, and if you don't like it, you're fired.
You haven't hired me yet.
Do you feel sad that you couldn't have done more to intervene with Billy's health, with his alcoholism?
I did everything I could. Everything. But I can't be with him every minute of every day.
Oh, I know.
But I will never be critical of Billy because
Did you feel
he
defeated?
loved people.
Did you feel defeated more than just the loss when he passed away because of alcohol? Because the alcohol caused the accident.
I did feel that I had failed to a certain extent to turn him around, but I couldn't be with him every minute. I couldn't convince him. I just couldn't convince him. But Billy Martin was a great manager. His picture sits right up here on my wall.
I'm a Yankee because George Steinbrenner was hustling, man, and there's no other way to say it. And he expressed to me a man-on-man relationship, and I feel like I'm a friend of his. I'm a ball player, and I got to do a job here.
Reggie.
Reggie.
We hear stories that he's on the outs, that he's off the payroll, that he's not a Yankee in the Yankee organization anymore, over $41,000 or whatever it was. What's the truth?
My door is open to Reggie. Reggie just called the other day. He said, just calling to say hello. He says, I'm in flight somewhere, and I'll get back. That was all. They left no number.
So he's not finished in the Yankee organization?
No, my door's open to Reggie. I don't forget the things Reggie did. He was a great Yankee. He was a great player. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Everything good that can be said about him deserves to be said about him because he delivered everywhere he went.
Regret over the Spiro Winfield situation?
Yes. Yes.
You regret ever having anything to do with Howard Spiro?
Yes.
Do you regret your relationship with Winfield deteriorating?
Yes, but I think it's being patched. I think it's almost totally healed as far as I'm concerned with David. David was a great athlete, one of the greatest all-around athletes I've ever seen.
Sorry for calling him Mr. May?
Oh, yeah, that was in the heat of battle. Same thing as players coming in the locker room and saying things. You say things in the heat of battle, and that was in the heat of battle.
Does it hurt to be vilified? I mean...
Oh, sure it does.
Would you love to be loved?
Sure, but let me tell you something. At the ballpark, you've got to accept certain things from those people. They pay, they come, they boo a guy when he strikes out, they cheer him when he hits a home run. I got to be the same way. When I walk out at night, the people cheer. It means a lot to me. Those are the people standing waiting to see the players. They cheer. I don't know how it would be if I walked amongst them after we had a 7-game losing streak. I don't know about that. And people in New York are genuinely great to me. Cab drivers, bartenders, doormen. I'll walk down the road and doormen will come out to say, do this, do that, you got them nice going. More people have come up to me this year saying, thank you for giving us this team.
When Up Close Primetime continues, the Steinbrenner legacy. The boss tells us why he is the way he is.
Can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. If you want to be the leader, you're going to have to take that.
Years of the Steinbrenner reign. You know, he was offered $550 million to sell this team, and he declined. At 68, he keeps more of a distance in his hands-on way. But how much longer can the Yankees just let George do it?
Reports had Cablevision offering you $500 million or $550 million to sell this team, and you said no.
No, they never had an offer of 500.
Never had an offer.
Never had an offer of 500.
Would you be
550
interested in an offer of $500 million? Would you sell this team?
Well, I don't know. I read where Rupert Murdoch, who I think is one of the smartest men I've ever met, just bought a Soccer team, Manchester United, for $1 billion. I don't understand that kind of money. So maybe I better just stick with, 333 and 20 and 6 and that type of thing.
So you're not leaving the Yankees anytime soon?
No, I don't intend to.
68 years old, your grandpa, you got grandkids?
My grandchildren are tremendous. That's my life. You keep having to bring up the age, don't you? You're only as old as you feel. I really mean
You're
that.
still strapping. You still look like the
I'm
same.
working out 3 days a week, so I'm in pretty good shape.
Quick thoughts.
I challenged Peter Angelos.
Did you?
Yeah, I said, if you want to settle this thing when we had that big fight, let's you and I just get it in
Pay-per-view,
there.
maybe.
Yeah.
Last thing, I'm going to give you one word. You give me one line.
Okay.
Association.
Yeah.
Control.
A quality that's much admired, much sometimes overused.
Do you have to be in control?
Oh, do I have to be in control? Yeah, I'd have to say that probably goes with me, yes.
Power?
Power only so that you can do good for others with that power.
Money.
Only what you can do for other people with that power.
Courage.
Yeah, courage is number one virtue. Courage and loyalty. You've got to have the strength of your convictions. You got to have the courage to go out there. I have a favorite expression that I overuse. He never wore a jockstrap, meaning this guy or that guy. There are great lessons to be learned at the line of scrimmage and on the starting line of a race that you can't learn out of the books. But the books are important too, but that combination, yeah.
Vision.
Vision, yes, oh, definitely. Got to have vision of what you want to do. You got to stay one step ahead of the other guy. That's what the Yankees have done.
Fear. What do you fear?
Fear? Fear is present, but you cannot let it consume you. I have strong beliefs, and I don't include fear among them.
The battle?
The battle? I love battle. I love it. I study generals. I'm right now reading a book that somebody gave me. General Jim Joy is on the Olympic Committee with me, gave me a book. He said, you will appreciate this book. It was Ulysses S. Grant, What Makes a Great Leader. And I'm reading that right now. I've read them on Robert E. Lee. I've read them on Grant. I studied the Civil War. I love it. I read everything there is to read on Custer.
How would you have been in war?
In
George?
war?
How would you have been in the field of battle as a general?
I got to tell you, I probably would have wanted to be like Patton. He is one of my heroes because every time, if you study the history of the Second World War, every time they needed something done, he wasn't a diplomat, but who did they turn to? They turned to George Patton. And the proof of his leadership is that if you're sitting with a bunch of veterans from the Second World War, which I was not, I was too young, but and you hear them say, well, I was in Europe or I served in Japan. They never say who they served with, except if it's Patton. They say, I was with Patton in Europe. That meant something special to them.
So when a ball player says, I was with Steinbrenner.
I was with the Yankees. See, I was a Yankee. That's something more. The pinstripes give them a sense of immortality. I believe that. Silly as it may sound, I believe it, and I'm out to prove it.
Last question.
Yeah. Last, am I done with this grilling?
You're done. George Steinbrenner.
Yeah.
What does that mean? If I just said that name, your name, George Steinbrenner, reflect?
Well, I think, they always say, what would you like to be on your tombstone? What you like people to say? I just like them to say, he never stopped trying. That would be good enough for me.
We hope you've enjoyed our conversation with George Steinbrenner on Up Close Primetime. I'm Roy Firestone from Yankee Stadium. We'll see you during the World Series. Good night.
Pitching. Success. Tonight, the man who put it all together and might be putting it up for sale. Our exclusive interview with George Steinbrenner on Up Close Primetime.
Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built. Home to nearly 36 American League pennants and nearly 24 World Championships. Good evening, everybody. I'm Roy Firestone, and this is Up Close Primetime. Mark McGwire may be baseball's player of the year, but the Yankees are certainly the team of the year, maybe for any year. Tonight, an exclusive up-close conversation with the man who bought, built, and stocked the richest and most accomplished team in sports exactly 25 years ago. Tonight, up close with the boss, George Steinbrenner.
I'm going to read you your first quote as a Yankee owner. Right? As a Yankee owner. Right? There it is.
I'm just a shipbuilder from Cleveland. I'm going to stay.
We plan absentee ownership.
Yeah.
We're not going to pretend we're something we aren't. I'll
Yep.
stick to building ships. I won't be active in the day-to-day operations of the club at all. I can't spread myself too thin. I've got enough headaches with the shipping company.
First of all, you know, a press conference in most cities, you'll see 5 or 6 writers, and they'll grill you. I walked into that room. I've never seen anything like it in New York. I felt like the President of the United States. Beds of microphones, 100 people sitting out there with their notepads, and great writers. You knew you weren't going to kid them, so I figured I'd just say, no, I'm not going to be interested. I wasn't a welcome owner when I first got there. I was from Cleveland. Now, Cleveland was being termed in those years as the mistake on the lake, and I think we just had a year when the head of the school board was arrested for mooning on the turnpike where the Cuyahoga River caught fire, and in comes this young kid.
43 years old.
Yep. How old?
43.
Oh, I'd forgotten, see. As we started to get down the line, I just was not satisfied. I got to admit it. I saw the way things had been going for the Yankees. I wasn't comfortable with it. So I made some moves and did what I had to do, and I got involved. And I've been involved for 24 years.
You know, you've taken more criticism than probably any owner in the history of American sports.
That's true.
But when credit is due, and credit is due at least somewhat this year, George, don't you feel, even though you're going to play the modesty thing, but don't you feel it's time for you to get some credit now, even for your harshest critics?
Well, that might be. They've been pretty good to me lately because you can't refute this fact. The purpose of owning a ball club is to win ball games, in my opinion. I was a Big Ten football coach. I coached at Northwestern, where we couldn't win because we didn't have the material. Right. I coached at Purdue.
Coach Lenny Dawson,
Lamar Lundy, and we had great material, and I saw the difference. I can't take the credit. The credit belongs to the players.
But you have to spend the money. You're the yes.
Well,
you're the man who has to say yes.
There has to be a guy. If you're going to command, you're going to command. Lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. That became my motto, and it's on my desk today in a sign. I really feel that way, and I think people respect it. The Yankees, in the last 25 years that I've owned the team, have won more games than any other team in baseball, and they just increased that lead greatly this year. I think the Dodgers are second, maybe even Detroit third, but I don't care about second and third. I've never liked second and third.
Right.
In track meets, when I used to run, I hated second. I hated the red ribbon. I hated the white ribbon for third. I liked the blue ribbon.
But that's what I don't understand, George. You tell the New York Post, it would be no shame if we don't win it. Quote, what were you smoking?
Well, what I was telling him is this. This has been such a monumental, great season.
Right.
And it is. It's the unusual, it's the greatest team season
for the Yankees
ever, yeah. But I mean, I don't want that to be lost.
I just can't believe believe I'm hearing this from George. I know how great a season.
You are. I don't want them to lose sight of what a great season they've had.
He might feel that way deep down inside, but I know us as players, we don't feel that way. I think we feel if we don't win it, we haven't really accomplished, you know, what our goals were. And, you know, our goals were to play well during the course of the regular season, which I think we did extremely well. And now we just have unfinished business, and it's sitting right in front of us. It's a great challenge. It's going to be there, and we're going to have to go after it.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, we've heard it all along. No matter how many games you win, unless you win the World Series, it's all for naught. And I thought Don Zimmer said it best. He said, "You mean to tell me we busted our humps all this year, and we got to 100 games, 100 wins faster than anybody in American League history? That doesn't mean anything? Of course it means something. Of course it's something to be proud of. Naturally, we'd like to go on further and win the World Series, but." It doesn't take away from what we've done up to this point right now.
What worries you most going into the playoffs?
I just feel that we are ready. I think Joe Torre is an outstanding manager. I've had the best relationship with him that I can recall. And he has been just tremendous. And I think he'll have him on the mark, ready to go, rested. I tell them, you know, you're going to have your struggles, you're going to have your hills and valleys, but it's like everything else in life. When the bell rings, you got to be ready.
Steinbrenner has bulked up the Bronx Bombers with El Duque, Scott Brocious, and Chuck Knobloch, among others. He's taken plenty of knocks before, but this year the only thing making headlines is the Yankees' unprecedented success.
There's nothing he won't do to win. He'll go out, he'll spend money, he spends money every year. If you need some, he'll go out and get it. He's great to the players. You know, if you work hard, you play hard, he has a lot of respect for you.
Give George Steinbrenner the MVP for putting this team together and giving us the opportunity to come out here every day.
You're not the only one who said it. Some of his harshest critics, some of the people who took exception to almost everything he's done in 25 years, saying this is his best year ever. And he has done a masterful job of staying out of it, but staying in it.
Right. Well, last year he was in the clubhouse a lot. And to me, I just, and at the wrong times, for me, personally, but I think overall he's been very distant. He's been very fair, and he's been very cooperative, because a lot of people, I think, in my mind, walk on eggshells around here because of that man. He's just so powerful, and when he speaks his mind, when he starts and when he starts going on the warpath, you have to. I mean, because he is the man.
Do you fear him, Dave?
Not at all.
Do you respect him?
Very much so.
Next on Up Close Primetime, are the Yanks for sale? Will they move out of Yankee Stadium? The boss tells us in a moment.
Would you sell this team?
Well, I don't.
25 years ago from CBS for just $10 million, George Steinbrenner was a little-known son of a shipbuilder from Cleveland. He was a former Big Ten football coach. Today, he is certainly a household name. But he might be moving this house.
You've always related to Yankee fans. Here's a Yankee fan with his beer sitting on the couch, and he says, I don't get this. Here's George. He's got the winningest, most successful team he's ever had. He's got close to 3 million fans this year.
Yeah.
He's got a team that's worth probably $500 million.
Why don't I pay for the whole stadium myself? Why doesn't every other team in the American League that's got a new stadium pay? How do I compete with a Peter Angelos and a Dick Jacobs when they're sold out every other game? Every game through the season. They're going to draw 4 million people this year, 1 million more people than I will draw.
Right.
Now, how do I continue to compete with them?
There's parts of me that really agree with you, but I understand also, and you do too, because you're a traditionalist. Tradition. And the question is nothing sacred now? I mean, and not just George Steinbrenner. They're talking about Fenway, Dodger Stadium. They're talking about
everybody in the American League
Tiger
except
Stadium.
us will have a new stadium. Everybody. Everybody.
But it's Yankee Stadium.
Well, it might be Yankee, but if you came out of there the other night when we had 46,000 people, I was a good 45 minutes just getting onto the highway. And, you know, I sat there when I first took over the Yankees, and I saw a president of the United States walk through the streets of the Bronx saying, I'm going to fix all of this up for everybody. I felt great. They didn't fix anything. Today, over 50% of our fans, whether it's perceived or actual, are afraid to come to Yankee Stadium with their families after dark.
George Steinbrenner has been using scare tactics forever to try to get a better deal and to try to get the city to negotiate against himself. He'll alternatively use scare tactics or then threaten to move the team to New Jersey.
Is this place going to stay where it is? Would it bother you if you played in Manhattan? Would it bother you to play in New Jersey? Or would you like to stay in Yankee Stadium?
I've said it before, this is my favorite stadium. You know, I love playing here, the tradition. I think field-wise, it's the best field in the league as well. So, you know, it's a touchy situation because, you know, it doesn't have a lot of the, you know, the boxes, luxury boxes the other stadiums have. So you're just going to have to see what happens.
I don't think I would feel bad if it helped baseball, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Even for all the history?
All the history, because that'll go with it, you know, regardless. I think, in my mind, they will follow. It's like in the Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. I believe in that. And I think that if they do decide to build it somewhere else, the baseball gods and the immortals of Yankee history will follow it. I mean, they might be a little pissed.
George Steinbrenner.
Yeah.
Would be viewed by people who don't agree with him as a guy who's only looking to line his pockets with luxury boxes. It's all about greed. You take exception to that.
I'm looking to competition. I have to be able to compete with the teams I'm competing against. Go to Cleveland. I grew up in Cleveland. They took the old Central Market, they tore it down, built a gorgeous stadium. That city is alive now.
Right.
They're getting a new football team because they built a new football stadium.
The fact is, no one could stop you anyway at 2002 when that lease runs up. You can do what the hell you want anyway.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's true.
You're going to run out the clock to 2002?
No, we're going to listen. We're working right now on it. We're listening.
Next on Up Close Primetime, Patton in Pinstripes, George's fiery and controversial past. After this.
Been a lot of great moments and been a lot of regrets.
I may be in my pajamas.
There are 14 retired Yankee numbers, 40 Yankee Hall of Famers down through the years. There's a lot of fame in Yankee tradition and a lot of infamy, too. Now, if George Steinbrenner hasn't been the center of controversy in all those 25 years, it only seems like it. But is he a magnet for conflict? Just curious, George.
You would agree that you have been intolerant in your day?
Yes.
You have been incredibly generous in your day?
Well, I don't know about that.
You have been harsh? You have been kind?
Harsh is good.
You have been tough?
Tough is good.
You've been very sentimental?
I don't know about that.
Both sides are you, clearly. Are you surprised there's been so much conflict and upheaval in these 25 years? Or is that just, are you just a magnet for this stuff?
Well, I don't know if I'm a magnet for it. I want to win. I've always had that desire from the day I was born, I believe I had it. I never liked losing.
But Peter O'Malley liked to win. Walter O'Malley liked to win. You never heard their names.
Maybe not as much as I did. See, it's the degree to which you want to win. I believe you have to know how to win, and I just do it my way. Walter O'Malley, one of the great men I've ever met, went to the same school I did. We both went to the same school, Culver Military Academy. So did Lou Nippert, that owned the Reds in Cincinnati. And yet we came in World Series, two guys from the same school, and we won. We won.
So you're saying you just feel that the passion was different, you wanted it more, maybe?
Could be, that might be a way of saying it, but I don't say I wanted it more. I know my players probably at times don't understand. They don't.
That would be fair to say.
Yeah, I give them that. I've had guys leave me who have said, oh, that you don't know how bad it was with him. It was this, it was that. And yet when they needed me, I was there for them. I believe in that.
22 managers, 24 years.
Yeah.
16.
5 the same ones. How about the Cubs? How many do you think they've had in the same number of years?
16 general managers, okay? Here is a guy who is impatient with people who aren't getting it done.
I don't want to dwell on this. I'm just saying, how many have the Chicago Cubs had in the same period?
I wouldn't know offhand.
Well, you ought to check that out before you. More than me. And I had Billy Martin 5 times. 5 times. And Billy Martin was with me the day he died. He was on the payroll. He was never taken off. Only one man did I take off the payroll when I made a change, and that was Dick Hauser. Dick Hauser was a great manager. He and I had a disagreement, and he went elsewhere, and he did magnificently. But when Dick passed away, unfortunately, in a very tough situation, who went up and paid off his mortgage? You know, sure, I know I do things wrong. I'm not perfect, but one way or another, I try to make the people understand, and I always go back. I'll just stand on my record. That's all I can do. I can't say George Steinbrenner's a great guy. I won't say that. But
Have there been times when you've gone home at night, and you say, geez, why did I do that? That was really mean. Why did I do that?
Don't use the word mean. That was really wrong.
That was wrong. I feel so bad about it.
Sure. Don't you think I carry these things around with me? I do. But I also produce winners, and they win. And they go away, in some ways, maybe they go away better men.
That's not right. I'm handling the trades. That isn't the way we say it, George. I have the right to call you in the dugout anytime I want. That's not the way it's going to be, George. Well, you're damn right it is, and if you don't like it, you're fired. You haven't hired me yet.
Do you feel sad that you couldn't have done more to intervene with Billy's health, with his alcoholism?
I did everything I could. Everything. But I can't be with him every minute of every day.
Oh, I know.
But I will never be critical of Billy because
Did you feel
he
defeated?
loved people.
Did you feel defeated more than just the loss when he passed away because of alcohol? Because the alcohol caused the accident.
I did feel that I had failed to a certain extent to turn him around, but I couldn't be with him every minute. I couldn't convince him. I just couldn't convince him. But Billy Martin was a great manager. His picture sits right up here on my wall.
I'm a Yankee because George Steinbrenner was hustling, man, and there's no other way to say it. And he expressed to me a man-on-man relationship, and I feel like I'm a friend of his. I'm a ball player, and I got to do a job here.
Reggie.
Reggie.
We hear stories that he's on the outs, that he's off the payroll, that he's not a Yankee in the Yankee organization anymore, over $41,000 or whatever it was. What's the truth?
My door is open to Reggie. Reggie just called the other day. He said, just calling to say hello. He says, I'm in flight somewhere and I'll get back. That was all. They left no number.
So he's not finished in the Yankee organization?
No, my door's open to Reggie. I don't forget the things Reggie did. He was a great Yankee. He was a great player. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Everything good that can be said about him deserves to be said about him because he delivered everywhere he went.
Regret over the Spiro Winfield situation?
Yes. Yes.
You regret ever having anything to do with Howard Spiro?
Yes.
Do you regret your relationship with Winfield deteriorating?
Yes, but I think it's being patched. I think it's almost totally healed as far as I'm concerned with David. David was a great athlete, one of the greatest all-around athletes I've ever seen.
Sorry for calling him Mr. May?
Oh, yeah, that was in the heat of battle. Same thing as players coming in the locker room and saying things. You say things in the heat of battle, and that was in the heat of battle.
Does it hurt to be vilified? I mean...
Oh, sure it does.
Would you love to be loved?
Sure, but let me tell you something. At the ballpark, you've got to accept certain things from those people. They pay, they come, they boo a guy when he strikes out, they cheer him when he hits a home run. I got to be the same way. When I walk out at night, the people cheer. It means a lot to me. Those are the people standing waiting to see the players. They cheer. I don't know how it would be if I walked amongst them after we had a 7-game losing streak. I don't know about that. And people in New York are genuinely great to me. Cab drivers, bartenders, doormen. I'll walk down the road and doormen will come out to say, do this, do that, you got them nice going. More people have come up to me this year saying, thank you for giving us this team.
When Up Close Primetime continues, the Steinbrenner legacy. The boss tells us why he is the way he is.
Can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. If you want to be the leader, you're going to have to take that.
Years of the Steinbrenner reign. You know, he was offered $550 million to sell this team, and he declined. At 68, he keeps more of a distance in his hands-on way. But how much longer can the Yankees just let George do it?
Reports had Cablevision offering you $500 million or $550 million to sell this team, and you said no.
No, they never had an offer of 500.
Never had an offer.
Never had an offer of 500.
Would you be interested in an offer of $500 million? Would you sell this team?
Well, I don't know. I read where Rupert Murdoch, who I think is one of the smartest men I've ever met, just bought a soccer team, Manchester United, for $1 billion. I don't understand that kind of money, so maybe I better just stick with, you know, 333 and 20 and 6 and that type of thing.
So you're not leaving the Yankees anytime soon?
No, I don't intend to.
68 years old, your grandpa, you got grandkids?
My grandchildren are tremendous. That's my life. You keep having to bring up the age, don't you? You're only as old as you feel. I really mean
You're
that.
still strapping. You still look
I'm
like
working
the same.
out 3 days a week, so I'm in pretty good shape.
Quick thoughts.
I challenged Peter Angelos.
Did you?
Yeah, I said, if you want to settle this thing when we had that big fight, let's you and I just
Pay-per-view, maybe.
Yeah.
Last thing, I'm going to give you one word, you give me one line.
Okay.
Association.
Yeah.
Control.
A quality that's much admired, much sometimes overused.
Do you have to be in control?
Oh, do I have to be in control? Yeah, I'd have to say that probably goes with me, yes.
Power?
Power only so that you can do good for others with that power.
Money.
Only what you can do for other people with that power.
Courage.
Yeah, courage is number one virtue. Courage and loyalty. You've got to have the strength of your convictions. You got to have the courage to go out there. I have a favorite expression that I overuse. He never wore a jockstrap, meaning this guy or that guy. There are great lessons to be learned at the line of scrimmage and in the starting line of a race that you can't learn out of the books. But the books are important too, but that combination, yeah.
Vision.
Vision, yes, oh, definitely. Got to have vision of what you want to do. You got to stay one step ahead of the other guy. That's what the Yankees have done.
Fear. What do you fear?
Fear, fear is present, but you cannot let it consume you. I have strong beliefs, and I don't include fear among them.
The battle?
The battle? I love battle. I love it. I study generals. I'm right now reading a book that somebody gave me. General Jim Joy is on the Olympic Committee with me, gave me a book. He said, you will appreciate this book. It was Ulysses S. Grant, What Makes a Great Leader. And I'm reading that right now. I've read them on Robert E. Lee. I've read them on Grant. I study the Civil War. I love it. I read everything there is to read on Custer.
How would you have been in war?
In
George?
war?
How would you have been in field of battle as a general?
I got to tell you, I probably would have wanted to be like Patton. He is one of my heroes because every time, if you study the history of the Second World War, every time they needed something done, he wasn't a diplomat, but who did they turn to? They turned to George Patton. And the proof of his leadership is that if you're sitting with a bunch of veterans from the Second World War, which I was not, I was too young, but and you hear them say, well, I was in Europe or I served in Japan. They never say who they served with, except if it's Patton. They say, I was with Patton in Europe. That meant something special to them.
So when a ball player says, I was with Steinbrenner.
I was with the Yankees. See, I was a Yankee. That's something more. The pinstripes give them a sense of immortality. I believe that. Silly as it may sound, I believe it, and I'm out to prove it.
Last question.
Yeah. Last, am I done with this grilling?
You're done. George Steinbrenner.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What is it? If I just said that name, your name, George Steinbrenner, reflect?
Well, I think, you know, they always say, what would you like to be on your tombstone? What you like people to say? I just like him to say he never stopped trying. That would be good enough for me.
We hope you've enjoyed our conversation with George Steinbrenner on Up Close Primetime. I'm Roy Firestone from Yankee Stadium. We'll see you during the World Series. Good night.